замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно. Трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
I would like to greet all the colleagues, friends, and the participants of today's panel session. I'm very glad to greet everyone here, and I'm delighted that today we're discussing the very important topic for us. This is development of the electronic commerce, the future of the electronic commerce. The first thing I would like to introduce our estimated speakers, Max Hauser, the managing partner of BCG, Mikhail Vamtadze, co-founder of Kaspi KZ, Salvador Perez Galinda, vice president on GR in the Central and Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa, Taras Volobuyev, expert in financial technologies of the International Financial Center, and Rafael, who is from MasterCard Central Asia, Alexei Lee, Arbuz KZ, Munir Shah, the head of digital trade, Kong Ki-moon, the general director of Singapore Corporation Enterprise. I would like to thank all the participants for your interest and your time and attention, as well as your participation in this forum. As you know, the pandemics enhanced the development of the electronic commerce globally and also in Kazakhstan. Some market segments which were quite slow in digitalization, they have shown high development. I have a question to Mr. Hauser.
Scale in electronic commerce. What trends and development of which will carry out in the upcoming years that 2020 laid down for the future? What is your prediction from BCG point of view?
Thank you for your question, Marcel, and also let me thank you for the kind invitation. I've been many times with you in Almaty. Would love to be there again with you next year in person. The question is an interesting one. It would be easier to, of course, answer the question what has not changed over the course of last year. I think everything has changed in essence. I want to talk about probably 4 changes in total. 4 changes, one of them bad one, 3 good ones, 3 positive changes. Let me start with the bad one, and then let's move to the more interesting, the good changes. So the bad news overall is that 2020 and COVID in general has led to general spending decreasing. If we look at the mix of all the products and categories, 90% of products and categories have actually suffered. Consumers have spent less, and only 10% of categories, the obvious ones like self-care, precautionary medicine, utilities, and Wi-Fi at home, those are few categories that have actually benefited over the last year and received more money from consumers. If I move to the more interesting and positive news and changes that we're seeing, we actually see shifts in 3 directions happening. And these are massive. If we look at the global scale, we see 30% of spending, of consumer spending, shifting in the coming years. 30% globally, that's $6 trillion of spending shifting how they're being spent. The first thing that is happening is, of course, behavioral changes. COVID in the last year have led to massive behavioral changes. First and foremost, people stay more at home, stay safe, and isolate themselves more. Turning this into numbers, 35% of consumers plan to go to restaurants less than they used to also when all of this over. 50% of consumers plan to spend more time at home cooking on their own. That leads to new businesses appearing. The whole idea of ready-made meals delivery, supermarket deliveries, recipes exchange, these kind of things are, of course, booming now. What this means for incumbent e-commerce players is, of course, the utmost important of rapid, reliable, and express delivery, which is key differentiator. You want to present to the consumer the impression that staying at home or going to the supermarket, staying at home or going to the restaurant, it's all the same thing for you. It happens equally instantly. So that's the first thing, consumers radically changing. Then it is consumers saving money. So even in the same spending category, there's a shift down. That's the paradoxical thing that happens in a crisis, in every crisis. Consumers have less money, but they actually save more, they spend less. If we are looking at consumers globally, but also in CIS, in Kazakhstan, 60% of them feel now financially insecure. They are worried about the future, and they're starting looking for bargains, cheaper options. What this, of course, leads to is the appearance of digital discounters, the importance of promotions more and more. If I'm an incumbent, there's two things. If I'm an e-commerce incumbent, there's two things I need to do. First of all, I need to strengthen my brand, because especially these new e-commerce consumers that so far have waited to join that trend, they are especially interested in what's the most reliable brand out there, who can I trust, so the brand, and then of course the customer experience. Customer experience of knowing my customers, knowing what they're looking for, offering them the right next product, and ensuring flawless delivery. This is of utmost importance to keep customers with me, even though I'm not the cheapest option in the market, because of course it's much more difficult to differentiate in an online world. And then the last thing that is happening is, of course, that's the obvious one, a massive shift towards online consumption. If we put this into numbers, as compared to pre-COVID times, we see 30 to 40% of consumers that have now joined the e-commerce train, 30 to 40%, which is a massive number, of course. And we see that number not dramatically declining once we're going back to normal. We have asked consumers, 80% of consumers will spend as much or even more online than they're doing right now. So some of this will go back to normal, go back to previous, but 80% will stay where it is right now. What does this mean for incumbents? We of course have observed the trend of ecosystems, marketplaces before. Let me call it one-stop shops. The one-stop shop will become increasingly important, because if you are an alternative that allows me to serve all my needs in one shop, I need to do only one checkout instead of 5 checkout at 5 different stores. I need to coordinate only with one delivery guy instead of 5 delivery guys. Then you are, of course, my ultimate choice. What we are expecting is something that will not happen immediately, but over the course of the next 5 to 7 to 10 years is actually an increasing convergence of the e-commerce space to 3 to 5 main suppliers that will focus on themselves the most of the consumer spending. China is, of course, a good example to look at. So that's the 3 good news, interesting news, and the 1 bad news that I have to share.
Thank you, Max. That's promising. Уважаемые друзья, на самом деле для развития электронной коммерции очень важно иметь в виду, что нужны 5 основных компонентов развития. Это доступность качественного интернета, доступность платежной инфраструктуры, доступность логистической доставки, это онлайн-предприниматели и 5-й основной компонент – цифровая грамотность. Казахстан не стоит в стороне от мировой тенденции, и в этом году, за прошлый год мы наблюдали большой рост в электронной коммерции, более 2,5 раза мы заметили, что электронная коммерция выросла по сравнению с 2019 годом. Многие бизнесы за время ковида начали экспериментировать по выходу онлайн. Особенно быстро развивались сегменты доставки продуктов, еды и маркетплейсы. Михаил, вот вы представляете крупнейший маркетплейс в Казахстане и одновременно банк страны. Я вот работала в Национальном банке в 2014 году, и мы говорили вот про кенийский опыт, расширение доступности для каждого жителя страны. И сегодня мы можем хвастаться тем кейсом Каспий. Хочу лично поблагодарить вас за тот успех, который вы делаете для нас, и не только для Казахстана, а для Центральной Азии. Я думаю, ваши возможности шире. Хочу...
Not only to Kazakhstan, and I would like you to expand your activities and develop electronic commerce. In Caspian, you have cooperation of thousands of suppliers. What changes of Kazakhstanis in online purchasing and procuring you have noticed currently? Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you very much. The question is very interesting, and thanks to the organizers for organizing this very interesting event. In general, for Kazakhstan, I can mention that we currently are not just the country which can look at the examples of the other countries, and I would advise other countries to consider the example of Kazakhstan and to do some survey into the transformation, the unique transformation. In Kazakhstan currently, we are on the phenomenal level of digital services. There is no service. The Caspian Bank provides services together with our partners our services are based on the super application. The concept of super application is actually very unique, and we are talking much about that, and in Kazakhstan and everywhere. And we declare strategies of creating super applications. In Kazakhstan, we have a successful example of uniting services into one application. For example, Yandex is a very good innovation company, a lead in Russia. Have a look of how many applications are there in Yandex, and in Caspian Bank we have only one, but super application, and those are innovation services which we have been issuing all this time for our beloved users. Our application has become very unique and relevant. That is to say, a huge number of users paying regular payments starting from mobile to education services, all sorts of transactions to your friends and your keen ones. There's a unique product with such a unique user experience, the shop, which is also a part of our ecosystem and as our leading marketplace. You can, with one click, purchase a commodity, a good, and all the changes that have happened in the 2020 can be simplified for ourselves, and we can provide the picture when we have no possibility of going out of our home place. And our children are getting taught online. We cannot go to a grocery shop to buy foodstuffs. At the same time, we have no need to spend much and to buy more clothes. And at the same time, our children getting educated online, we have to procure computer PCs for them, and we have seen that the predominance of our users are concentrated around these necessary actions. That is to say, I am at home, I want to read. We read electronic books. Our children are getting educated with PC. I try to go out as little as possible, and I purchase online both foodstuffs and clothes, and wouldn't like to go out to pay my bills. Altogether, was a very good combination. It was an urgent combination, and it was a quality change, and we have received a huge number of users nowadays. Kaspi KZ is being used by 9.5 million of users, of our customers, every second citizen of Kazakhstan. On the other hand, you have quite rightly mentioned that there are few components of electronic commerce. There has to be a range of, there has to be supply, good supply, there has to be a paying instrument, and there shall be all the three components together. And all the three components have received a very rapid development, and we have understood that we have as soon as possible to put the companies on the platform and to provide services to our users when they seek and find applications in the internet. And we have tried to use the companies providing good services. Second is non-cash, which is credit card payment. And I believe that Kazakhstan for sure can declare Kazakhstan a miracle, Kazakhstan a breakthrough in the field of credit card payments. Such payments have grown up by 168%. This is one of the greatest tempos rates of growth of non-cash payments. In Russia, for example, it has grown only by 25%. I mean all the payments. Also, the 70% of all the transactions are by non-cash payments in Kazakhstan. As a result, you have a range of services. You use more and more partners, and you have a payment infrastructure which you are using for transactions. We know that all the purchases and all the payments are all non-cash. And as a result of this transformation, we have seen that non-cash payments are, of course, very supportive in electronic commerce. And the third component is delivery. On the second hand, we have a commodity, we have found it, we can pay for it, but it has to be delivered. Moreover, when we are at home, we want quick delivery, door-to-door delivery. And this door-to-door delivery has become more urgent nowadays. And we provide free delivery during 2020. And now we deliver to 73 towns of Kazakhstan. We are going to have 100 plus towns and cities very shortly, and we have seen how our customers like this free delivery very much. Before the 1st of February, we had free delivery action, and starting on the 1st February, practically all deliveries on Kaspi KZ will be free of charge, and this provides very good range of purposes, and it provides for very good development of electronic commerce on the basis of results of 220.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, for this detailed explanation. It's not a secret that the greatest losses was borne by the small businesses. The governments, the global organizations organized various types of support for the entrepreneurs, for the micro and small businesses in Kazakhstan. Few programs were launched by Almaty Chamber of Commerce, Visa and MasterCard. I have a question regarding to Visa company.
Support of small and medium enterprise during the COVID-19 in the world and especially in Kazakhstan. Maybe you can tell about the program you made with Almaty in Kazakhstan.
Sure. Добрый день. Participate in this important event. I would love to be joining you in physical presence, but that's not possible, so happy to join from Dubai. I also want to congratulate the authorities for bringing this type of discussion. Public-private dialogue is now more important than ever to really review such important topics as how to improve e-commerce in this particular situation that we are all facing. First, before jumping to specifics about Visa, I want to supplement a little bit of the comments that were mentioned before, particularly from Max, from BCG in terms of the trends that we're seeing. We couldn't agree more with what he was mentioning. For us, we are seeing very clearly that dramatic tectonic shift in consumer spending. Interestingly, debit is also booming for us. Credit, for the same reasons that Max was mentioning, is retreating. But we are seeing levels around the world of activation of debit products that didn't exist before. For the first time, many users who were not purchasing online are starting to do it. So it's a very big, important consumer behavior change that we would like to highlight. In terms of the composition between face-to-face spending and online spending, needless to say, we also see a very dramatic change. Overall, e-commerce is still relatively small in comparison with the spending that still is done physically. But we are seeing, in our case, these figures around the globe, very important growth rates, double, triple-digit growth rates. In Eurasia, you are in the midst of a very significant transformation, creation of new ecosystems. We heard from Kaspi, the super app revolution that is coming from east to west, and it is the new benchmark for the industry. So it's a very important technological transformation as well that we are seeing. But I would like to put in perspective also the not so good news Max was mentioning the spending retreat. But let's talk about the digital gap. That's probably the number one concern that we should all have. It's true that many consumers already have access to connectivity, to internet, to means of payment, but still probably around half of the population in the world doesn't have access to that. And I know that in Kazakhstan, there's the discussion of the challenges for SMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. It's the focus of the topic that I want to bring to the table, to the discussion. Visa has been carrying out some service, back to business service that we call in several countries around the globe. And all the SMEs are confirming to us that they are being forced, no news, right? They are being forced to change their way of conducting business. And guess what? No surprise, the number one concern and priority that all SMEs have is to be able to sell their products online. They also have to improve their marketing skills to do business online. That is a very important response that we are seeing around the globe. In Russia, that was by far the main concern. We already have very significant levels of changes, but there's still a concern among SMEs that they're not being able yet to fully deploy those capabilities. So what are we doing as Visa? Now I am addressing your specific point. Several things. First and foremost, for us, bringing SMEs to e-commerce is a number one priority. Last year, our CEO committed for the next 3 years to bring 50 million of SMBs, small, medium businesses, to be digitally enabled around the globe. So we are doing our own prioritization on how to do this per region in the world. And we would love to continue supporting in Kazakhstan to really make a significant impact in that respect. We are working with the Astana International important countries, and in Kazakhstan, we are very pleased and honored to be partnering with the Astana International Financial Center. Fostering women entrepreneurship skills and obviously tying this to their capabilities to be able to transact online is part of the challenge, and we are equally committed to continue supporting women-owned businesses. Two more aspects that are behind the scenes, but it's important to bring to the discussion. One is improve the authorization levels of our client banks. We don't have only banks as clients, but they're still primarily financial institutions. Authorization rates in e-com are not perfect. There's still a lot of improvement that has to be done. Some banks are better than others, but we really want to be able to improve overall the level of response from all the banks to approve e-commerce transactions with wiser, more intelligent tools to reduce fraud risks that obviously are increasing as well. So we have that double challenge, improving the overall purchasing experience, but also mitigating fraud and security overall. So that would be also an additional aspect where we are putting a lot of effort in terms of providing the best intelligence tools to issuers, to acquirers, and to merchants as well, to make sure this transaction, this consumer behavioral change is really supported by the infrastructure that has to be in place. And I would like just to conclude with a few reflections. One is I had the opportunity to join briefly this morning in the plenary, and you have a unique opportunity in the Eurasian Economic Union to really create a very enabling and conducive environment for booming e-commerce within the union and with the rest of the world. It's very important to really avoid temptations of protectionism, data localization, infrastructure localization, which goes against the interoperability needs that the world needs, and in particular, e-commerce is the door for having access to global markets. So I think we also have a big challenge in terms of avoiding trap of local solutions that can be against the connectivity and better e-commerce across all the markets in the world. The second, probably last comment that I would like to mention is, it was mentioned by my previous colleague from CASPI, e-commerce is a holistic proposition. I've been talking a lot about payments. First of all, we need to have the infrastructure in place, the connectivity. That's a very basic infrastructure, probably even more important than the government financial support that is being done for SMEs. If there's no that infrastructure and support for SMEs, the rest won't happen. We are providing the support on the payment side, which is very important. And the third one was already mentioned, the need to be able to improve the logistics and overall delivery efficiency to make the economic transformation by this digital revolution more impactful and meaningful for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Salvador.
Salvador told about the joint program with the International Financial Center Astana, and there's a question to Taras. Please tell us in details what results were offline to online in Visa.
Скажу немножко про эту программу, то есть мы ее запустили.
Thank you. I have tell a little bit about this program. We have launched it in August, but we had started to prepare as long ago as in spring. Since the start of pandemic, we started to consider our potential and possibilities because SMEs cannot and do not know how to trade online. And with the support of the Ministry for Trade and Atamican support, we have launched the program to educate SMEs for e-commerce. First, to relieve the entrepreneurs from the basic horrors. What shall we do to convert the business from offline to online? Well, these solutions are very easy format and they help to get oriented very quickly. And we have done this program for more than a half a year. It is very accessible to all the entrepreneurs, more than 80,000 visits online We believe that this is a very good result for such a short, brief period, and we are sure that many entrepreneurs have started to make their first steps in e-line commerce. What content is popular with the entrepreneurs? Several topics can be highlighted. The easiest way for entrepreneurs to get integrated into e-commerce are the lessons which are top for interests in the market. And of course, most SMEs are interested in the experience of other SMEs. And we have interviewed various entrepreneurs to share their experience, how they converted from offline into online, which is very helpful to SMEs in terms of what has to be done. And of course, the issues of promoting payments online, etc., are very important. And if to continue the topic of our discussion, the future of e-commerce, I cannot tell you about the entire email commerce, but the transformation of small business and conversion to e-commerce, of course, we will experience a huge digitalization of smaller business because e-commerce is promoting smaller business to greater and greater use of payment instruments, which are going to greatly develop and which will entail non-cash economy. In Kazakhstan, we have experienced it now, but it will get stronghold and it will become a part of any business whatsoever. And I believe that in the nearest future, 1 or 2 years, and not only in Kazakhstan, but on a wider scale in Central Asia, there will be greater and greater actions to support SMEs, all sorts of education programs, products which will simplify the operations of SMEs. Practically any SME will try itself in e-commerce, and the boom in this direction will unilaterally take place. Thank you, Taras. As you know, in the development of e-commerce, apart from Visa, MasterCard is also investing into the development of this branch. And Rafal, please tell what are your current initiatives to support SMEs and in general for development of e-commerce. Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for invitation into this event. This is a very interesting event, and it is very interesting to hear all the partners. I will start with the point of view of development of SMEs, not only SMEs, but from the point of view of e-payments. First part concerns how we launch the card. Of course, during pandemic, not everybody can visit bank branches, but it is very important, everything that concerns the trends. First, a person can get a card in digital form remotely, and he can pay by this card online to any other shops, to any merchants, not only located in Kazakhstan, but it is very easy to get services from merchants from abroad. And to pay abroad, you can pay immediately from your home place, just visiting various social networks in virtual shops, buying both in Kazakhstan and abroad. Digital effort to get the digital card is the most important part. When we have obtained such possibilities and such cards, we can, of course, pay online by a standard method. And further on, when we have used this or that merchant for several times, and we have a file of card, there are various solutions which are helpful. And as MasterCard, we offer some services when we can use MasterCard, and there are lots of additional technologies which shall additionally develop during pandemic period. And this concerns safety of transactions, because online transactions, they do attract all sorts of potential attacks, and security issues, biometric issues are important in terms of user experience and safety of all the transactions in the remote mode without any problems. Digital issuance can provide various payment options, but additionally, when we work during pandemic period and not traveling among the countries, it is very important to easily get and transfer money. And the pandemic period has demonstrated how we can send money to our friends, to our acquaintances abroad and everywhere, and these options are provided by MasterCard services. Payments are very important, and from the point of view of SMEs, it is a very important function. Our partners mentioned before that SMEs have many problems during the pandemic, but not only in terms of paying by card, but also by receiving our salaries and wages by card. And equally important are other opportunities, and here new solutions for mobile applications and more on mobile phones and devices are very important. For example, MasterCard provides solutions, soft PS and all other successful projects in Kazakhstan launched by our projects from the point of view of acquisition. And additionally, there is a whole ecosystem expanding. Many partners have started e-line sales, and there are trends, fintech start, and strongholds are very important to support this ecosystem, and development of such companies are very important. And MasterCard supports the entire program connected with acceleration of the program in this field. Startup programs are very important to support the efficiency of such transactions. And of course, important education mentioned before, it is very important because companies not paying and not getting paid is because of the fear of such payments, because there is not quite good understanding of how to pay and how to get paid by electronic methods, because there are lots of trends, and support is not only important in the year 2020, the continued support is very important. Thank you hugely. As long ago as in 2010, when I was operating abroad, there was no time to get out shopping, and I did order online delivery to be delivered home. When I got back in Kazakhstan, there was not such a service available, but thanks to COVID, we have started to convert online for remote deliveries, and we are progressing in this direction. The question is to you: what is the future for delivery market in Kazakhstan, not only in major cities, but in the remote places of Kazakhstan? Will it be a habit to buy online, and will it be a continuous habit, or will this trend maintain during the pandemic period? Thank you very much for the question. For the beginning, I would like to mention that the online grocery, online supermarket model is very good in big and medium cities. And the most important, Arbuz watermelon KZ, has grown. It has been growing in 2019 by 400%. In 2020, we have done another 400% in our turnover, and we have launched, apart from Almaty, in Nur Sultan city, and we have to mention that as yet it cannot become a super mass service. It is more a doom, an option for economically active part of the population, and it is becoming a part of life for many people.
From the TV and the washing machine, and what is important is that the economical active part of the population will free some time and will develop itself and to contribute to the future of the country. The positive thing include what we have, what conclusion we made in 2020, which was hard for us. Such a model is very good for the lockdown quarantine period for the middle class. But at the same time, this model is hard to implement because it requires the expertise which we are accumulating in line with getting more experience, ultra fresh and same day delivery, and the waiting time, comfortable waiting time would be reduced more and more, and such aspects as quality and rapidity and this ideal operations are requiring the ideal implementation. It shall be exact like the Swiss clock, and some companies will consolidate and develop their business in this direction. Besides these companies, the country itself, each country, as to my mind, will think about such trends. The quarantine is probably not the last one, considering not only COVID but the future black swans. What we have noticed for ourselves, the chain of deliveries are interrupted greatly during such moments, up to very unexpected situations. We didn't know that the Kazakh apples are delivered during the autumn time to Russia, and then we start consuming the Polish apples, and so on. Such chains are interrupted, and also at the last mile. At some time, wild berries from Russia stopped its deliveries. So from time of time, the black swans will appear, and we shall think about it. This anti-fragility shall be worked on. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Alexei. In Kazakhstan,
With Kazakhstan, when we start talking digitalization, we love to use blockchain world, but we have not seen realistic results of major projects. Now, our three representatives is with us.
Kind of implemented trade platforms on blockchain. On your view, how will blockchain technology affect the development of electronic commerce in different countries?
Thank you, Sel, for your question, and good afternoon to everyone in Almaty. If you let me first start by saying that if you look at the overall projection in terms of what blockchain is going to add to the world economy, the figure is roughly around $1.76 trillion by 2030. And most of this is predominantly going to come from applications in trade and commerce. Now, we at R3 have been looking at blockchain since around 2015, and we have been looking at building blockchain as a key capability to underpin a much broader digital transformation. And very specifically, in terms of your question, this trend of looking at blockchain to manifest into real, physical implementations in the trade and commerce space has started quite early on. So we have some projects already, as you mentioned, the cell running on R3's Coda platform for trade finance globally, and some of them like Marco Polo and Contour are looking at digitizing the whole world of trade and commerce broadly. But while blockchain plays that fundamental underlying underpinning lever to enable us to digitize much quickly, the fact of the matter today is that e-commerce broadly is changing. It's a paradigm which is rapidly evolving, and it's evolving in two remits. One is from an end consumer's perspective. For example, somebody like me who is participating in a marketplace as a consumer. And the second is for actual businesses who could also be small and medium enterprises who are running these marketplaces today. And these businesses are at the cusp of disintermediation because, now supply chains are getting disrupted, obviously compounded by the fact that we are in a pandemic right now, and it has disrupted much of what our existing ways of working were. So we are now looking at revamped infrastructures to be able to facilitate this paradigm shift. As my esteemed panelists from Visa and MasterCard mentioned earlier, one of the core components for this overall digitization and inclusion is payments. The other key factors that we think are predominantly needed, in this space is supply chain provenance, is identity, is dispute resolution, and is, the broader inclusion of financial services. And blockchain brings all of these elements together to help us achieve that, state of transition as we want it to be. Now, also, if you look at certain economies per se, Asia Pacific predominantly is coming out as a front runner in terms of embracing blockchain and also making sure that it's adding significantly, to its economy. Now, by 2030, we expect close to around $440 billion to be added to Asia's economy, underpinned by blockchain as a technology. And also, countries who have been manufacturing powerhouses like China and Germany, whose economies are predominantly built on being manufacturing hubs, are going to benefit significantly from blockchain, by bringing in supply chain, track and trace, provenance, by bringing in cross-border trade, by bringing in digitalization in the underlying payments infrastructures. We've also seen quite a bit of traction in, revamping on financial infrastructures to underpin this transition, both in trade and commerce in countries like US, where there's a lot of innovation happening today in the payment space on blockchain. So, all these factors coupled together, we would say the trends are positive, and blockchain has been one of the front runners to, as a technology, to enable us to get to this level. What we also need to know now is from an e-commerce perspective within countries, right? End consumers like me who are getting more conscious about what we buy, where we buy, are we buying sustainably or not? That end-to-end provenance, track and trace is becoming pivotal, and that's what blockchain brings to the table as well. Besides that, we are also already working with the likes of the Visa and MasterCard to understand how digital currencies, stable coins, cryptocurrencies for that matter, can be leveraged to make transactions more seamless, more transparent, more inclusive. My colleague Salvador, on this panel from Visa already mentioned about small and medium enterprises and the inclusion of them. So we are also leveraging blockchain today to reduce the barrier of entry for small and medium enterprises to participate in the financial ecosystem per se, be it in terms of availing loans or be it in terms of getting a facility of real-time payments, or be it in terms of getting a view about their accounts payables and receivables from an overall treasury standpoint. So some of these key solutions is what blockchain is inherently bringing to the table. And I think this whole process has been sort of exemplified or speeded up by the current situation that we are in. A lot of businesses now whose traditional supply chains have been disrupted. I was talking to one of our customers the other day. They have been predominantly working with their partners in a particular country for the last 30 years now. But because of the pandemic, that whole structure is changing, and they're now looking at alternative routes to be able to procure the goods, to be brought back to the country for their end consumers. So that whole supply chain disruption, compounded by the fact that you're now looking at new partners, both from a vendor standpoint as well as from a logistics partner standpoint, is changing, our landscape quite a bit. So what it also means is we now have to work with partners who we do not necessarily trust. Because we have not worked with them before, we don't know them. And blockchain is bringing that capability up on the table, wherein you are now getting trust in a trustless ecosystem, right? So you have mechanisms of digital identity, you have mechanisms of digitized documents, you have mechanisms of delivery versus payment, which is very, very critical from a trade and commerce standpoint, that, I'm paying you only when I'm receiving my goods. And blockchain facilitates that from a technology perspective significantly. So, all these factors coming together, we strongly believe that blockchain is poised to lead the way. And it's not just blockchain alone. I would say it's a combination of technologies that would come and form a very, very compelling proposition for us to go further. It could be blockchain in combination with IoT, for example, in supply chain, which is coming out to be extremely powerful. It's blockchain in combination with AI. And also when you look at from a manufacturing and an end supply chain perspective and compute on edge capability, it's 5G coupled with IoT and blockchain that will form these compelling solutions where countries are going to significantly benefit out of it.
Thank you, Munib. Thank you for having that experience and sharing your knowledge with all of the world. And my next question, obviously, the role of government in supporting SMEs in development of electronic commerce is important. And recently, we have signed an agreement with Singapore Corporation Enterprise, which is the daughter company of the Minister of Trade of Singapore. Mr. Moon, can you share your experience, how you're supporting SMEs in your country, and what kind of plans you are heading in terms of development Kazakhstanese electronic commerce?
Okay, thank you, Minister and panelists, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak at this digital forum in Almaty. Okay, before I just start on the topic itself, let me just give a quick introduction to the SCE, or the government organization that I represent. SCE was set up by the Ministry of Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Singapore almost 15 years ago. And our mission is to lead in public sector collaboration projects with foreign governments on a government-to-government modality. And this is so as to forge long-term partnerships and relations, as well as to spin off opportunities for Singapore's economy. Since we started, SCE has completed around over 300 projects or programs in over 50 countries worldwide. And our projects cover a multitude of public sector areas that Singapore is well known for. These include digital government and smart cities, housing and township planning management, special economic zones, industrial parks, environment and water resource management, public sector reform and development, and last but not least, economic development and reforms, including the area of SMEs. Now, coming back to the topic of SMEs, Minister, I think it's very interesting to hear from the various panelists on the private sector views. And now I think from the government perspective, I think I'll share more from the government perspective of how the Singapore government had to play a key role in facilitating the digitalization part of for SMEs. The Singapore government has been very active and continues to demonstrate its strong commitment to drive the growth of the digital economy in the SME space. The government has set aside around Singapore dollars 4.5 billion for an industry transformation program to support 23 key economic industries to help them transform and achieve their digitalization potential for over the next 5 to 10 years. For this program, it is guided by a framework that we've developed with 3 key pillars. The first pillar is accelerating digitalization in industries. And this is done by first charting out a 5 to 10 year transformation roadmap for each of the 23 key industries in Singapore, and then developing a digitalization plan for each industry. This is with the aim of achieving greater efficiency, productivity, and revenue opportunities through digital innovations and technologies. To note, this includes understanding each industry and its business needs and processes, and re-engineering them to a higher plane with the use of digital technologies and advancements. The second pillar that I think the government has played a role and is actually doing a lot in is building competitive ecosystems. The government believes that in order to ensure industries remain sustainable in the long run, it needs to have a thriving ecosystem with digitalization support. The government has set up 11 SME centers and an SME digital technological hub to deal with SMEs interested to jumpstart their digitalization journey. The government has also launched open platforms for digital collaboration and crowdsourcing across industries. And in addition, the government has also piloted a 3-year initiative for SMEs, which will give them access to various digital enablers, such as digital marketing, in-house IT experts to help in fulfilling their own digitalization needs. The third pillar, I think the government is actually focusing a lot on, is transforming technology. The government also realized that to aptly support its plans for industries to digitalize, it would need to take the lead in developing the next generation digital technologies, which in itself will become an engine of growth for the economy. It has identified various key technologies such as artificial intelligence, data science, including big data analytics, immersive media, virtual reality and augmented reality, IoT, Internet of Things, and cybersecurity. And this has become even more important to protect against scams and frauds owing to the increased uptake in e-commerce and transactions that we've noted post-COVID. Now, most of these industry transformation and digitalization initiatives were already progressing at a steady pace, of course, till COVID descended upon the world in late 2019. Whereafter, we found that many SMEs who had been further behind in their digitalization plans were all forced overnight to pivot and actually go digital in an accelerated pace. In fact, many of the digitalization plans that would have taken several years to implement probably were achieved in just over a year. Furthermore, many of these had been initiated by the SMEs themselves, who had come to realize that they are now experiencing true digital disruption. And even post-COVID, things may never revert back to where it was before. And a new contactless consumerism way of life had emerged. Now, it is with this backdrop and experience that Singapore has accumulated in supporting its SMEs transit into a highly digitalized post-COVID world that we are pleased to start a collaboration with the Ministry of Trade and Integration, or MTI of Kazakhstan. Through multiple discussions between SCE and MTI, and with the gracious support from Vice Minister as well, we have narrowed down our initial collaboration to focus on helping SMEs digitalize in Kazakhstan's e-commerce retail industry. For a start, we will first share about Singapore's retail digitalization plans and framework and explore how we can design and implement an e-commerce retail framework in Kazakhstan. This will be adapted from Singapore's experience and used for the local Kazakhstan landscape. This includes looking at the associated policies, accreditation bodies, skill sets, government funding, and support structures that are necessary to accelerate the take-up rate of digitalization initiatives for SMEs in Kazakhstan. Thereafter, we hope to be able to develop a digitalization plan for the SME retail industry and progress this to an actual pilot program. We could look at selecting a certain community retail space or a group of SME retailers to test bed some of these initiatives for Kazakhstan. In fact, we actually followed a similar approach in Singapore, where we piloted a similar program in an old iconic heritage site in Singapore. It's called Kampong Glam. Kampong Glam is a traditional marketplace and communal area. It's typically visited by the Malays in Singapore. And for this digitalization transformation, the government brought in multiple agencies and set up a digital program office to manage its transition into a digital arena. This included helping over 150 traditional retailers in the area to adopt digital tools in their businesses, such as digital payments, digital map listings and virtual shop tours, augmented reality-enabled navigation with digital marketing as well, integrated delivery services, and point-of-sale systems, and so on. I think in summary, I'd just like to say that my agency is very excited to be able to partner the Ministry of Trade and Integration of Kazakhstan in facilitating its development journey in this area. And we look forward to great cooperation between Singapore and Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kong. Ну, коллеги, друзья, мы затронули очень актуальную тему. На самом деле, электронная коммерция очень является важной для развития экономики. Граждане получат доступные цены на товары, это экономия времени, удобные сервисы. Предприниматели получают дополнительный доход, применяя различные каналы доступа. Да, это не уже параметры не один город, это вся страна, а может быть и регион. Но, тем не менее, мы говорили сегодня, есть рост в Казахстане, это в B2C секторе. Я хотела резюмировать своими так скажем, месседжами, что предстоит нам в целом для экосистемы, для для игроков. Первый месседж мой для маркетплейсов. Хотелось бы видеть больше игроков в B2B секторе. У нас наблюдается только 0,4% роста онлайн-площадок B2B. Призываю предпринимателей смотреть в сторону B2B. Михаил сегодня отметил, что уже около 10 миллионов людей имеют карты. Значит, то есть инструменты у граждан есть. Давайте теперь обеспечивать следующий уровень доступности наших платформ. Что это значит? SMEs зависят от IT-технологий и платформ.
IT companies shall target not only the government projects of governmental orders for bank sectors, but also to provide accessible products which will provide more rapid access to online services and provide us the opportunity of not wasting or spending huge monies, which will be affordable for SMEs. From the point of view of paying systems, I would urge the banks and paying partners, we have to think about very cheap transactions. We have to look into the future and make accessible the paying systems, which shall be as accessible as cash, because if cash is accessible today, we have to follow this trend and to equalize the opportunities so that our services would be as affordable as cash. We also do huge work in this respect. Last year we have started the initiative of developing social purses, and since June this year we would like to use post terminals. We will not request each payer to have post terminal, and we will accept payments through QR system. These timely changes are very important from the point of view of the government, and most importantly, we cooperate in part of defending the rights of consumers in the online commerce. And my last message is more and more personal data are available in the e-commerce. We would like to have ethics development for defense and security of personal data and responsibility of each and every of us processing these data. On this keynote, I would like to wish good health to everyone, and I rely that next year we physically will promote the development of e-commerce. Goodbye to everyone. Thank you.
На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи.
So we have enriched the capacity possibilities of our channels to make sure that you can get connected every time, to make sure that your business keeps going on, and making sure that you can get hooked up online. Kazakh Telecom business. We give opportunities under any conditions and under any circumstances.
Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель.
Electroenergetical actives and assets of energy are providing 70% of the generated electricity here in the country. The sales, the volume of sales and export that reach other countries, China, Russia, and other countries, which has become possible due to the collaboration of our countries, of our country. So we are trying to ensure the prosperity of our company, of the companies that rely upon us. Kazakh Telecom accepted the challenges of the current days. So we have been using the services of this day. We made it possible due to our joint efforts. Kazakh telecom business gives opportunities under any circumstances and under other different conditions. Bayer Group, the construction tech company, which is based in Central Asia, the innovative sub-branches on daily basis are providing its services and are improving the quality of their services.
жилых комплексов. Компании были
The company has developed such services as BI Line, BI Service, and other offices. We use not only standard IT instruments, but also forward technologies of big data, providing for development of breakthrough projects. This is not the only priority project of the company. We also developed B-App application, providing huge range of services from delivery of food to your door to developing services, for which purposes we cooperate with other companies, enabled by a special portal.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку, стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города, активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности.
Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома, мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые новые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умная ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения,
где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50%.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We are ready. We are ready for action.
Привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома, мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком.
Мы начинаем. Добрый день, коллеги.
We are about to start. We are starting. Good afternoon, colleagues. The session IT system and the trends and ways to develop. My name is Pavel Koltyshev. I am Deputy Chairman of ZRD Holding. Now I am a moderator. It has been a long time I have been able to hold such events as a moderator, but now in our studio together with me are Alexander Bondarenko, General Director of Tolkazrim Technologies. Let us welcome one another by mute gestures. In the studio we can arrange that. It is not forbidden. With us online is Alfred, co-founder, Armen Arutunian, Director of Agroprom Policy, European Commission. Bulat Basheyev is Atomican Chairman. Borjan Altisbayev is After Software General Director. Nurlan Janibekov, General Director, Voltec Salatau. And Muhammed Dushenov, co-founder of the Collabs company. And Prime Source General Director, Eugene. Eugene, I saw you on the site, on the podium, but you probably would like to do it online. Well, it's a major collection of our Kazakhstani companies. Not to waste much time, let me do the presentation myself because I am in the roles of moderator and speaker now. Make a partial preview of the huge survey which is done annually. Kindly please show my presentation on the screen. IT ecosystem, the ways of development. Now we are traditionally at the beginning of the year, we are facing very simple and very important issue, where to go. Next slide, please. Today, ICT field, which internationally means information and communication technologies, ICT, the current denomination is that international statistics, international accounting method have outdated much. But if we are talking about verified statistics, the picture is as follows. Annually, the volume of ICT market in Kazakhstan is 2.5 trillion Kazakh tenge. And the connection market telecom is not the hardware. Is not the hardware, that is to say servers or server equipment. It is in the blue segment of the market, 1 trillion tenge. It is the digit which includes software and hardware as well. The volume of Kazakhstani market, as we can see, taking into consideration that during the year 2020 we have the totals for 9 months. A little bit later we will have total results, accurate results, and we will be able to say what is happening with the market. But at the first glance we can see that pandemic have made its corrections into this segment. Today, if we see the general picture of the fields in Kazakhstan, we can see digits of various orders on the slide. One of the very significant things which we are going to pay more and more attention to is the expert volume of experts. That is 24 billion tenge is not a very impressive digit. The most important thing is that the government has plans for the nearest future 5 years to invest $20 million. It is the very huge spurt that a leap which we are going to make into the number of IT companies, 7,000 IT companies. Speaking about active companies, we have to mention those who produce software and provide services. This is a very little bit of the entire, about 10% of the acting enterprises. On the one hand, we can see a major figure of acting companies, but at the same time, we have to understand that realistic companies paying taxes, having contracts, and having turnover around the year, they are quite fewer, quite less. At the same time, we can see on the current slide a very impressive amount, 313 billion tenge, which is the expenditure, that is payment for services during the year. Next slide, please. We can see that the volume of production has fallen down. As the result, that is to say, we will not say that 3 months will help us catch up with the loss. I will provide just general picture of other things, and you will see the same picture. The market for services has also subsided much, and it was impacted by pandemic. And it is very strange that all over the world, IT market was impacted by pandemic. Positively, it was affected, but in Kazakhstan, it was impacted negatively. I can foresee some questions from the floor towards our IT industry being very tightly linked to major purchases, to major customers regulated by the government, the companies in the government, petroleum companies. Next slide, please. Here are some sketches so that you understand that based on the statistics, what is happening in the market. Not hockey stick, not a hockey stick in terms of experts, but so to say, a growth over the recent 5 years. We can witness, we can see the trend, not very much forced, but very ambitious figures of 500 billion. They are quite accessible, they are quite achievable. And this is not a major breakdown, a small breakdown, where the shares of the $24 million will go. It is quite understandable that digits and figures are calculated on the actual payment of services by legal entities, non-residents of Kazakhstan, but on the general, in general, the volume of experts requires great renewal. A number of outsourcing companies use international services, and for special transactions, special companies are registered for those purposes in offshore regions so that to accept payments. And of course, this is not the complete picture of expert. Next slide, please. And a very important figure, more often it emerges during discussions in Nur Sultan city when IT people get together, when they invite. We will not shame them, we will not black down a special group of companies which are, the structure of economy is can be visualized, and we can see progressive sector of economy, but as yet the lion's share is taken in the entire volume of national product, GNP, but the major purchases are from tender companies, but the local content share is slowly but sure continuing to grow, thanks mainly to a number of actions and measures taken in recent years. I am throwing you the ball, the idea, so that we can discuss and argue this idea. Next slide, please. And it's quite understandable that the measures of governmental support is the tool that always has great significance. In Kazakhstan, we have quite a lot of tools and instruments, and unfortunately or happily, a number of tools and instruments for support of the processing industries, which were focused mainly on the production of commodities, etc., during quite a lot of years, excluded very serious and growing dynamically sector, which this year we tried to break this trend, this unfair trend, and since recently we have practiced remuneration of a number of spendings for promotion of commodities, services. I believe that in the necessary regulatory measures are being refined in this respect so that to be able to in future use them. And we have all the resources, although they are not direct instruments and tools for support of exports, but we have them in hand, the instruments of capitalization, capacity in this direction. Please pay your attention to the most nearest new format of grants, innovation grants, grants for innovation projects launched by Kaz Innovations, the branch of Zerde Holding filial, and we are accepting bids for until the 12th of February. Next slide, please. And if I can ask you, next slide, please, so that not to take much of your time and to provide the floor to other companies to follow. Here I will stop a little bit and will provide and will give the floor to our colleague from USA, co-founder and US Market Center Global, Mr. Coppola, Alfredo Coppola. Alfredo, we have demonstrated you the venue, the site, and the integrated actions and measures to develop IT market in the country, and we would like to have your reference and your response from your side, mentioning the response available for our businessmen and entrepreneurs. The floor is yours, Alfredo.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, everything is okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I don't speak your language, so I will speak in English. Will the slides be presented?
Да, пожалуйста, запустите слайды, Альфредо.
Please launch the slides for Alfredo.
Let me know when I can begin.
Please go ahead.
Oh, they're on the screen? Okay, thank you very much. Good day, everybody. My name is Alfredo Coppola. I'm chiming in on Zoom from San Francisco. So it's the middle of the evening, and I'm delighted to be part of the Digital Almaty conference today. I'll give you a short presentation about our organization, what we do in Silicon Valley, and how we are starting to enter Central Asia market. We've been very impressed with the talent that we have seen in the region, and we look forward to building more partnerships in your region. So, yeah, if you could move on to the next slide. A little bit about my background. I'm actually a serial entrepreneur born in Canada with Italian immigrants. I had 3 startups in my career and had a very successful exit in Silicon Valley many years ago. We started the organization 11 years ago, and we have been working with startups from all over the world, about 150 companies per year. I'm also a co-founder of Marin Seed Ventures, an angel investor group in Silicon Valley. Next slide. My team members are also very accomplished entrepreneurs, and we also have a very close relationship with the faculty at UC Berkeley. They actually contribute a lot to the program design and to the accelerator programs that we deliver on behalf of our startups that we work with all over the world. Next one, please. So our track record up to date, just to give you the background, we have run more than 150 accelerator programs in more than 30 countries all over the world. And we have had the pleasure of seeing success in terms of raising capital on behalf of our companies, and primarily actually getting them term sheets and customer contracts. So among the 1,500 and so companies that have been through our programs, 21% of them have raised more than 1.5 billion in capital, and 18 of the startups that we have worked with have been successful in being acquired by US corporations at a value of just over $1 billion. We have observed many interesting things over the years. You know, one of the biggest challenges that startups face from other countries when they enter the US market or do business in Silicon Valley is primarily adjusting to the culture, right? The culture is one of the biggest things because decisions are made very quickly in Silicon Valley. The typical Silicon Valley investor is looking for companies that can grow and scale very quickly. Next slide. So among the interesting observations, we often get asked to be involved in the selection process when startups apply to our programs. But in some cases, we do not have that ability. The startups get selected for us by our partners in different regions. And we have noticed that when a Silicon Valley jury is involved in choosing the participants, there's a lot more probability of success. So specifically, those companies that have been selected by Silicon Valley jury would have more than 2.5 times more likelihood of winning customer contracts. But most impressively, they raised a lot more money, 9 times more capital from investors, and 3 times more likely to raise the money, right? Which is very interesting observation. And we can only have seen this by doing this year after year. Next slide, please. Also, over the years, many accelerator programs all over the world are typically 2 months or 3 months. That seems to be the standard. And we started introducing programs that were much longer, like 6 months and sometimes up to 12 months. And we saw that the longer the program, the higher likelihood of success. So specifically, 4 times more likely to win customer contracts and 4.5 times more likely to raise capital. So as a result, especially during what we call the Zoom generation, where we're doing so many programs virtually, where we've extended the length of our programs. Last year, we actually ran 23 accelerator programs, and we're starting to see some very, very promising results. Next slide, please. The feedback that we get from many of our government partners and international partner with is because we have programs that align to every stage of growth of the companies. So, at the very early age, we do entrepreneurship programs for even high school and university level. In fact, in December, we had our first engagement in Kazakhstan. We did a program with Nazarbayev University, and we were very impressed with the teams, and we selected one of the best companies from that group to participate in our next accelerator program in March. And I won't go through each of these, it'll take some time, but we have programs for every stage of growth, even all the way up to companies that are doing 10 million in revenue per year. We call it the Future Unicorn Program. 2 million in revenue per year. We also run angel investor programs. When ecosystems are building, we teach local investors how to invest like Silicon Valley investors. And then this year, we also launched a specific program for women entrepreneurs. Next slide, please. So our entrance into the Caucasus region and Central Asian regions started 2 years ago when we started doing business in Georgia. We have now run several programs in Georgia in cooperation with several donor agencies like USAID Economic Security Program, the Commercial Law Development Program from the State Department in Washington. And then recently we built a partnership with a consulting firm called Strategist, which is based in Tbilisi, Georgia. So we would love to explore other partnerships with you in Kazakhstan. So I hope that after this presentation, we can make some connections. Next slide, please. Here is my contact information. I would encourage you to reach out either through LinkedIn or through email. And I would love to explore how we can possibly work together and bring value to your region.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alfredo.
Спасибо огромное, Альфредо, вам за то, что вы такой представили. Мне хотел вот вопрос к вам касательно.
Examples, or maybe of the companies, or maybe there is a percentage of and a proportion when the company accessing U.S. market on their own without any assistance from such organizations as yours. And what's the value and what's partnership model that you have with the promising companies from developing countries in order to access the most dynamic, the largest market in the world?
Yeah, it's a very common question that we get. Many companies that try to do this on their own, they end up incurring many costs and consuming a lot of time. It's very difficult to adjust to the fast-paced culture. And most importantly, it's very difficult to compete with the very established and fast-growing Silicon Valley ecosystem startups. So that's why we have these programs that help to really speed up the process, to get feedback from the market, and really get a fast track to getting customer contracts. That's the best early revenue a company can get, and a fast track to building relationships with investors. Because chances are their biggest competitors that are in the US have sometimes 5 or 10 times more capital and 5 or 10 times more advisory resources. So the advisory resources are very, very key.
Thank you. And the small question, do you feel the competition between the growing ecosystems like China or like some other places in India now picking up after the Silicon Valley, and even some US states that now competing hardly with Silicon Valley? So what do you see as the outcomes from this competition?
Yeah, that's a really good question. You know, what's interesting is when the COVID crisis emerged earlier in in Q1 of last year, there was some panic. There was concern that Silicon Valley is going to lose its luster, lose its value. But we were happily very pleased that that is not the case. It took 70 years to build the ecosystem here. And, we also were able to confirm that it's less now about the destination, right? And it's more about the network, the quality of the network. Maybe making high quality global connections can be done from Silicon Valley. And let me give you an example. For instance, if I'm coming from Kazakhstan or I'm coming from Germany or Japan and I want to do business in different countries, not just United States. Well, Silicon Valley in the last 6 years has increased the amount of multinational corporations that have set up an innovation office in this region. And it's the only place in the world where you have an innovation office. For example, we had a German company that wanted to do business with Sony in Tokyo. They tried 3 times to get meetings, trying to find the right partnerships in Tokyo. A big waste of money. They participated in our program, and we connected them with Sony of America, which is in San Jose, California, and within 6 weeks they had a proof of concept. And this happens time and time again. It's easier to have these meetings with the innovation offices than to try to go to the corporate headquarters. The reason for that is the innovation office is the only office in the world of the corporate office that has a staff that is dedicated to looking at one thing, and that is innovation. That's all they do. So that is a big differentiator.
I got it. Thank you. Спасибо большое, Альфредо.
Thank you very much, Alfredo. We'll come back to you definitely at the moment of our discussions. And right now, I would love to have just in advance we have prepared speakers who have prepared the presentation. We have a discussion platform that we would love to expand. And I would love to pass the floor to Mr. Arutyunyan, the director of the Department of Development. Agro-industrial complex is very crucial, and it is really linked with digitization. It is being discussed at different forums, different platforms, and very frequently it is represented like a 2 concurrent or parallel worlds. We realize that on the example of many economics like Kazakhstan or Russia or Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, the role of the agriculture is really significant, and therefore digitization of agricultural sector has to be very significant. Armen, what have you prepared regarding the complex or comprehensive approach regarding this issue that we have just now to tackle this issue not all by ourselves but join our hands and do it together? Thank you very much, Pavel. Thank you. I'm very much delighted to join you guys during this discussion. You just made the right thing that in the Eurasian continent just now.
Gratefully noticed that Eurasian Council, who are supervisors in our process, and the agriculture is playing very important role, and the trends noticeable in the world for introduction and integration of digital and technological solutions are very important, playing a very important part, and we have to do everything so that to generate all the bases. And I would like to start from the basic global tendencies which are quite noticeable today. According to forecasts of UN, the population of the planet Earth before 2050 will reach 10 billion, and about 67%, according to forecasts by UN, will be living in cities. That is to say, agricultural sphere is facing a new problem to ensure introduction of digital technologies, which are of great importance, and this is the entire chain of added value. That is to say, the trends which we have been witnessing from the point of view of introducing technologies, organizing harvesting and logistic chains of supplies are also very important. And the coronavirus pandemic has accelerated the introduction of digitalization and digital technologies into the agriculture, and the logistic platforms and e-things platforms, satellite technologies and machine learning technologies, education, are also very important. And on the territory of European Council countries, there are lots of startups and entrepreneurs, young people who are interested and who are developing solutions in such trends. Within the framework of our commission, we do communicate with such organizations and companies. We study and survey their technologies and develop reviews of the measures of governmental support provided by the countries and in the countries. And of course, in our countries, our work will be targeted and aimed at digital technologies, and we will be using such solutions to resolve three tasks which we face nowadays. This is the increase of productivity, because this will enhance productivity of agriculture, and it will enhance and promote competition in the center and of the center, and optimization of using natural resources. We have to emphasize that this is the road to promotion of sustainable development of agriculture. And trend number 3 is optimizing expenditure, that is cutting of production expenditure. The technology of big data and machine education and learning somehow provide opportunities and potential to resolve such tasks. But of course, we have to generate and establish instruments and tools to accelerate such progress on the scale of our countries. And of course, the investments and operations done in the framework of the countries in the education system, scientific system, and creation of intensives for establishing free economic zones, enhancing and promoting development of this sector, and enhance attraction of young people into this sector. And we have to say that to some degree the application of technologies in this sector will enhance reduction of physical force in this sphere and promote analytical activity, promoting productivity level. These topics are in the center of digitalization and increased economic efficiency of economies, and it is the base of economic integration development before the year 2020. 2050, and we have to mention that these technologies promote integration of new tools and instruments, and we have data. As long as we have data, we have good accessibility of financial services and implementation of blockchain technology as traceability of consumption of products, foodstuffs. And we are talking about implementing blockchain technology to promote efficiency and creation of incentives for development of tracing the chain of consumption of foodstuffs. I would like to conclude that within the framework of our department, we are going to develop recommendations enhancing implementation of technologies, promoting sustainable development of agricultural sector, and we are going to cooperate in this agricultural center with our countries to promote the progress. We have to say that we have good results. It is very pleasing to see how young entrepreneurs invest into these new solutions, and by way of this mechanism of cooperation of governments, private sector, and the survey R&Ds. This means that the ecosystem is developing, and we are promoting the development, and each year we are going to steps in developing integration and other technologies in integration and in agricultural complex. And in the terms of securing food security, it will play a great role. Thank you very much. We are pleased to see the integrated approach. I would like to make a hint to Mr. Dusenov. He also has a presentation to present and specific comments. And as I already explained to my colleagues in the studio, this is the hint to the gist of our discussion. You have been witnessing 5 different presentations. A moment later, after each presentation, I can demonstrate that these presentations are interlinked. Muhammadjan, you're welcome. Please start Muhammadjan's presentation. Muhammadjan, the floor is yours. Well, during online events, kindly excuse me, I thought the volume was up and you could hear. Colleagues, good afternoon. I'm glad to welcome you. Thanks to organizers for provided opportunity to participate in this. Please demonstrate the presentation on the screen.
We are representing startup of Kazakhstan here. We have been operating in the market for more than 2 years. We have been proactive for the last year. We're working on the robotized devices and equipment. Today, we would love to share some information about the technologies. So we have just became the promoters of these technologies here in Kazakhstan. On the Western market, these technologies are quite widely spread and now being widely developed. Next slide. So, here, just in a nutshell, our company is dealing with the development of platform of robotization. So the product is called Pipeline PA. So we are, at the moment, we are the front runners of robotization here in Kazakhstan. And I think that this happened due to the fact that the market is not well developed and it is not in the right stage of development as compared to versus other countries. As you can see here, we are working in pair with other large giant companies who have got a lot of assets. We completed 15 projects. We have got 15 persons in our staff. So, due to popularity of our technology, we were able to get noticed at this Forbes and a number of other conferences. So let me add that also we are participating in Accelerator of Sberbank and other startup projects. So at last, people have begun realizing what Accelerator program is. So very briefly about the technology, just let me highlight the numbers. The robotization market is growing dynamically and rapidly developing, and the pace is really high. For the last 4 years, it grew 4 times, is evaluated at several billion US dollars. So, and this we're forecasting that in the nearest 2 years, the majority of large companies will be utilizing these robots in any case. And we do believe that in this forecast, and we are predicting, and we can definitely eyewitness this tendency here in Kazakhstan. Just very briefly about what is a robot. A robot is a software which, please don't mix it up with the infrastructural robots. So this is the software which is enables to imitate the work using a computer. These robots are being managed, can be managed by cursor or by mouse, or they can write, for example, typewrite or something instead of a human being. So, and the nature of utilizing these robots is linked to automatization of routine job, daily work. Or, for example, we are participants or stakeholders of the market. We call them robots of the last generation. We have got the majority of business processes. There are some few business processes that can be difficult to be automated, but due to the lack of IP. But in this case, this is the right place to utilize robots. It can definitely fill the gap And as far as this application of the robots is concerned, in the majority of cases, they can be applied in the banking system, in financial institutions, in telecom companies, and power companies. So the nature of application of the robots is it's just to resolve the issues of the back office functions of accounting or tax accounting or tax records, IT, cash, treasury, purchases, procurement, and so on. So let me highlight a number of videos just for you to visualize what it looks like. Now, just in order to demonstrate and to display what a real robot looks like. So this is a robot which is capable to create. So this work is not really not quite rapid, but this robot is capable to create, for example, in the reference books, so software SOP, so it can create new records of debitors. That's when you have to add a debt number, and just if you would like to carry out a transaction, either a payment or, for example, in this case, he has to include him into the ACP system. You can see that the robot has got an Excel file in the email. He got this information and he recorded this information. So the speed of working of the robot depends on the system. It's very rapid and really just doesn't consume a lot of time. Can you please speed up, because we need to have the discussion and just would love to encourage the discussion. Here you can see on the video, you can see the process of one of this, which will be very important for the customers. For example, this inclusion of this employment contracts on this InBKZ portal. So this is a legislation has been included. All the employees are supposed to be enrolled into this site in BIC.kz. This is a very simple task that can be uploaded. This information can be uploaded. So I think that is it in general. Thank you very much, Mohammed Jan. It was but I would love to sum up and do, as there was ancient, if you give me the point of support, and I will turn over the whole world, so we can develop the entire market from all the sides. So we cannot develop it concurrently, simultaneously. We have like Zerdi, we can do the digitization of governmental institutions, and then carry out the integration and speed up the process. But we can make, for example, to make a turnover and make, for example, a shortcut, or just to, for example, so we can be, for example, can make some. Like Mohammed Jan make some tricks, or we can focus on some large industries or some branches like agricultural sector, or there's a huge market. Everybody will definitely need food because agribusiness have got all the potential capacities. Or we can, for example, fly to the US and be involved in entrepreneurial activities and to start up new markets. So there's open access to the external markets. So this is the points of support that we have been talking about. So all the speakers have been trying to convey this message to the audience, to the listeners. But I would love to start our speakers and the participants of the discussion and all the attendees. Dorian, what is your opinion? Where is the right point where we can start launching this the ecosystems? Thank you, Pasha. Thank you for the board.
In general, you are creating conditions and terms. The government and ministries in various enterprises such like Zerde, Astana Hub, and you are creating terms and conditions, and the other things are dependent upon us, the entrepreneurs, in which spheres to operate. Historically, we have developed, or historically we have our sectors, and how have we come into IT? So we are now discussing in which sphere of agriculture or medicine or wherever we are going to implement whatever we have now. Speaking of export, these recent 4 or 5 months, we have been told that exports is a very important part of our business, because we have lots of companies which have been idle for some time, but they have recommended themselves in terms of quality. However, our solutions we have caught over before other companies, and there is no problem of legacy. It is not very relevant if we urge everybody to promote and to progress in agriculture or in petroleum spheres, but the importance is of implementing digitalization. We understand your idea, but communicating with me, you are talking as if you are discussing it with the government. No, but now I am representing the entire country, and we have to express the will of every citizen of the country, the general will of the country. If we follow this trend, invest into this sphere, then there will be no problem. The country will prosper. Maybe you will throw in some ideas of maybe supporting fintech or what else. Of course, I am throwing the idea of supporting fintech, but everything will depend upon the regions. Maybe in one region, the important sector is mining industry. In other region, there is some other interesting sector, and people have to understand the specifics of implementation of digitalization. And I like the idea of expert of services. Whatever we say about our IT industry, we are capable of exporting the ready-made services or commodities to other markets, because Kazakhstan is in a very favorable geographic position, and we are capable of being the hub of not only of the loads, the flows of commodities, but also the flows of digital services, and we can be the hub of providing services in those spheres. And the liberalization of the entire sphere, and using such ideas as yellow pages in developing our market, it is not necessary to invent the wheel, and we as ZRD can follow such practices. I would like to add that, for example, I visited Belarus, and I had a chat with managers of some companies. There is no market. There is market, but it is very limited, because most companies are oriented to exports, to foreign companies. When we are talking Kazakhstan, if companies are going to develop here and sell products here, they will mature and the products will be good quality. Generally speaking, such products are available. For example, Caspium, they already mentioned, and other companies, we are fit and ready to go abroad and to provide ourselves abroad. I believe that it is important not only for us, but for Kazakhstan as a whole to implement. In some sense, it is urgent for the entire world. Well, to say that China is technological and has achieved great success, now I would like to listen to the opinion of Mr. Janibekov, Alatau General Director. We would like to focus on the approaches, on the rules, and we anyhow have to engage in hardware issues, and we have...
Good afternoon, colleagues. I don't have just now the position of a hub, of the position of, because soft, but both, either way, just know they're very important, and the only thing at the current moment, I just would love to bring up the issue how we can develop this, this subject. First of all, I'm more oriented to work on the export and it has become easier for us to continue working, but those who are working with the soft or dealing with the soft, maybe their work is much easier, because at the very initial stage, the presentation, it was mentioned that that there is another jurisdiction, or maybe to be placed, or just to be proactive and to start to launch our work. So work mainly on the external market. But to be frank, I think that the government, in addition to all this support, has also another function like promotion or popularization of everything. That there are so many companies that are dealing and are operating for the export, and they are available and they are working already, and so they will be attracted and they will keep moving and trying to access the external market and to get some successful accomplishments. But as far as the domestic market is concerned, maybe there will be, if there is an external market, a company, or if it is, for example, feels quite comfortable and it reaches certain success or generates revenues, so, and have got enough resources, but since we are already here and we are available in this market, so, and therefore, if we can definitely be competing with them, I think that this process we can definitely work on for the export. I think, summarizing and wrapping up all this, I just would love in order to popularize and to promote, just starting from students and young generation, and so I would encourage everybody not to be sticking to the right, just to the boundaries. There is a legislation, but also there is the current situation, and also to get adjusted and to get accommodated, and for example, not maybe to follow instructions. For example, if you enter the market, for example, external market, you will not be able to make the other country, for example, follow your instructions. So therefore, I have got a very clear-cut position that the government should definitely facilitate and help in any case. But at the current moment, I'm sure that, so the issue is of survivability and how the company can survive. Thank you very much. Nurlan, thank you so much. Evgeny Sherbinin. So your comment, what do you think about? What is your point of view? What do you think about it? What is your... Good afternoon, colleagues. I think, in general, I do concur that each person is all by himself, has already developed his own strategy, because we have done ourselves and are capable to enter the external market, and we already have been generating revenues, but we have been doing the joint work for the development of IT export on the global market. So this is the so systematic work, which will, but there are some single success stories can be integrated, and then out of them, as Nurlan has said, we can make what can facilitate and promote which factors can facilitate the possibility for making sure that all the talents and our ideas can be utilized for just making sure that we can have success stories. But it is my personal conviction that from the human capital, we talk about it, we have got a lot of resources, and we are in a very beneficial position because we have got fundamental resources. And I'm not a medical doctor, I'm not a geologist, but we have got very good potential capacities, enormous ones. I'm sure that if, in case of a correct and proper management of the work and integration of the efforts, and have got 500 million, I think that this target quite achievable, and it's quite in the foreseeable future. What we can see in this as a tool for promotion is, first of all, there are certain low prime costs. This is, we talk about the services. So, and this, those colleagues that we have been interacting and collaborating in the market and in Canada, States, they always keep saying that Ukrainians and Belarusians, they're just selling the services. It's really tough to sell them services, although there are they have got certain images and reputation. And why? Because the prime or the added cost value added cost is not very high. So sometimes it's maybe to buy something from the Indian counterparts. Then in this case, I think I would be oriented for the products and technological business ideas, or I would make Kazakhstan from the one side, make a local platform for for testing these ideas, like for example, like a playing ground, for testing site. And then, for example, to filter maybe some ideas that are not quite workable, for example, digitization, and the companies that are working here, just to know what I would do, like a testing site, and just know where we can test our ideas, or maybe smart concepts and ideas that can be shared, and the products can be exported to the external market. That's why we shall definitely increase the capitalization of the company. That is because the products are really powerful, and they have got a lot of customers and users, so the value of the company will go up, will definitely get increased. That's why we set up association of our export, and we're trying to promote it quite actively. And I'm confident. Oh, that's a great startup. So that's a private story. So of application of the efforts, but. Okay, that sounds great. I have got another question dealing or concerning Baurjan about the software. What is your support point? So, good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon, colleagues. Can you hear me well? So, speaking about the export and all the other issues that we have been discussing, I would like to just share a few ideas. I remember when we worked on some sort of programs, we wanted to just enter the market, the near abroad, and we were advised that we need to do some homework. So first of all, to develop a product that will be marketable, and just to try to sell it. This is great information that we received from our partners. I'm sure that the colleagues are aware about this program, and they all definitely faced and encountered these challenges. But if we talk about the expert right now, I don't believe that entrepreneurs can help or assist just to undertake certain measures or some charitable, so the government, as it usually does, or any other measures. I believe that entrepreneur definitely needs not to be interfered. Nobody should interfere into his activities. So there is in the context of the current discussions, there is such a moment when there is an organization which is we have got Eurasian Commission that is supposed to assist, for example, of all the economics of other countries, and also there is an internal some measures or some in the countries. We need to do well because the software that is being developed here in Kazakhstan and is distributed into Armenia and shared to Armenian counterparts. But in that case. And also, I would love, talking about the export, what the government needs not only to help, but also to stimulate a number of issues. First of all, just to have got some maybe some preferences, tax preferences, or to give some privileges. And secondly, to help in the marketing by having their own resources, to have their reps, chamber and commerce representations that can, for example, have access to the internal market, and they can facilitate definitely. And they need to share information about us and to narrate about us, and then in the regions, people will be aware about our activities. And the third point that I also would love to highlight is so the power, the strength of any partnership, that Mohammed said, that there was a case when we had our customers and we just tried to set up relationships, and Mohammed So when we can add more value to our commodities, to our products, and the customer can also, so the exchange of information is very valuable in this context. So we try to find, for example, here in Kazakhstan, we have got some other where. So the participants can be very beneficial for our stakeholders. And in any case, I'm sure that this information can be shared and we can definitely distribute and disseminate this information among the stakeholders and among the other companies participating. So, we can definitely have access with more powerful products, more attractive products and cause or generate more interest, trigger interest of our foreign counterparts. So that will be the way of our management of enterprises, which will be very valuable for any economy, particularly for export, because it is really very valuable. And to sell, for example, something abroad. And just thank you very much. Really appreciate your comments. It's really very
export commodities and services are a very important point. Thank you very much. And the last speaker, specifically left over and saved for the end of our event. This is the person who is gifted with the talent of resuming and summarizing. That is why he is the head of Atomic Committee and of quite a large group of entrepreneurs. What is your point of implementation from your point of view? Of course, the point of implementation is the country point. I would join the offers and proposals of all my colleagues, and I would add up very important point, the human capital. When we discussed the possibilities and potential of export and development of domestic ecosystem, everything strikes against competence. Of course, the deficit of skills and abilities is not very important, but the important is the know-how of what to do and how to do. And this was mentioned very often in terms of procurement by domestic companies. But if we see the rating of IT, Kazakhstan IT sector development, generally speaking, most companies have already learned how to attract money and to sell their projects and companies in the free market. And I would like to stress two most important factors: development of human capital, how to sell, how to produce commodities. As Alfredo mentioned, these types of accelerators are very much required, are very much needed for us, having specific experience. And the second one is the regulatory base, that is not to hinder procurement of hardware. We have companies producing hardware and it is very difficult to sell. That is not to hinder selling abroad, to provide free market and to enhance competition. Well, this is a good summary of all our discussion. Should we be offline, the discussion would be a more heated one, but in this mixed format, it is a very good discussion, although quite a number of times I tried to take you off the rail, but the topic of investment is very good, and the free time and the possibility of collaboration has not been cancelled by anyone. Anyhow, listening to systemic things, and we will refine them and we will work on them and we will try to implement your recommendations when we draft our major report, annual report. It will be a very significant scope of work. Most of us have already provided feedbacks and signaling systems. Thanks to all and thanks to the audience. Please remain connected with us during such forums. Thank you. Over and off.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков тысяч и даже десятков миллионов человек. Города притягивают своим комфортом и поражают своей сложностью. Жизнь успешного города – это правильная работа невероятно большого числа процессов, которые мы привыкли не замечать. Сотни коммуникационных систем, тысячи инженерных решений, миллионы операций ежесекундно позволяют горожанам жить, смеяться, трудиться, любить и создавать. Величие человеческой мысли поражает. Город подобен человеку. Стоит лишь одному органу выйти из строя, и весь организм работает неправильно. Было бы здорово, если бы все важные для жизни города системы были под контролем и работали исправно. Парадоксально, но чтобы чудеса человеческой мысли работали исправно, нам нужно исключить человеческий фактор. Для этого нужно довериться технологиям, умным технологиям, которые мы назвали. Smart City. Концепция умного города. Активно продвигаемая компанией Казахтелеком. Это набор умных технологичных систем для комфортной и удобной жизни горожан. С помощью умных технологий процесс управления городом станет простым и более эффективным. Ведь многие вопросы Smart City сможет решать без человеческого присутствия. Так, например, технологии умного города умеют самостоятельно управлять светофорами, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня?
Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана.
Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома, мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
You focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался. ismet.kz. Подключайте услуги связи онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Keep your team productive with Lenovo's end-to-end services, software, and the #1 business laptop of all time, no matter where they work. ThinkPad, running Windows 10 Pro for business.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. На возросший уровень потребления телекоммуникационных услуг мы ответили оперативным увеличением пропускной способности каналов связи на 30%, чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться, чтобы ваш бизнес продолжался. Сервисы связи для бизнеса доступны на сайте ismet.kz. Подключайтесь онлайн. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Мир стремительно развивается. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ERG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. ERG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. ERG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ERG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия и Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. Так, ERG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Пользовались услугами ЦОНов в этом году? Мы сделали это возможным. Казахтелеком Бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
BI Group – строительный холдинг, который совершает переход от ведущего казахстанского девелопера к крупнейшей констракшн-тек-компании в Центральной Азии. Инновационное подразделение BI Innovations ежедневно создает и улучшает цифровые инструменты для проектирования, строительства и сервисного обслуживания жилых комплексов. Компанией были разработаны такие приложения, как BI Clients, BI Service, Opera Build и другие. Мы используем не только стандартные IT-инструменты, но и передовые технологии больших данных, позволяющие создавать прорывные продукты, например, Opera Build. Цифровая стройка – не единственный приоритет компании. Самое важное – комфорт наших жильцов. Для этого разработано приложение Big App, где для клиентов представлен широкий спектр услуг – от заказа еды на дом до возможности оставить заявку на ремонт. Все они обрабатываются в сервисном центре. Для эффективного решения задач мы сотрудничаем с другими компаниями. Это возможно благодаря специальному порталу.
Город – это огромный и сложно устроенный организм. Дом для тысяч, десятков, чтобы снизить трафик дорожного движения в час пик, включать и выключать уличные фонари в темное время суток, автоматически выявлять преступления на улицах с помощью системы интеллектуального видеонаблюдения, информировать горожан об уровне загрязнения воздуха, дистанционно собирать информацию со счетчиков коммунальных услуг, анализировать информацию и выявлять причины энергопотерь. Почему важно задуматься о внедрении умных технологий уже сегодня? Вице-министр национальной экономики Казахстана заявил, что сейчас в нашей стране более 10,5 миллионов граждан проживает в городах. Это 58,2% населения страны. Ожидается, что в течение следующих 5 лет уровень урбанизации в Казахстане увеличится до 62%. Это значит, что в ближайшее время города Казахстана будут испытывать все больше и больше нагрузки на инфраструктуру. Перед акиматами городов возникнут новые вызовы. Уже сегодня назревает необходимость разработки экологичного и энергоэффективного способа организации жизни в городах. Современные технологии и возможность оцифровки информации дают нам инструмент, способный решить целый комплекс городских потребностей. Технология «Безопасный город» следит за порядком с помощью умных видеокамер, которые способны выявлять потенциальные правонарушения еще до того, как они состоятся. Так, например, умное видеонаблюдение способно распознать изображение оружия и мгновенно оповестить об этом службы безопасности. Умное ЖКХ собирает данные со счетчиков газа, вода и электроснабжения автоматически в разрезе города, района, улицы и квартиры и отправляет их в центр обработки данных. Специальные датчики помогут точно определить, на каком из участков происходят потери, и устранить их. Экологический мониторинг автоматически собирает данные для анализа содержания в воздухе, угарного газа, диоксида серы, оксида азота, бензола и других вредных примесей. Система делает анализ, строит прогнозы и делает оповещения, которые помогают жителям принять меры, чтобы снизить негативное влияние газов на организм. Здравоохранение умного города предполагает создание единой базы данных и программного обеспечения, где каждый горожанин имеет возможность пользоваться медицинскими услугами онлайн. Система дорожного движения помогает фиксировать правонарушения, мониторить транспортные потоки и распределять их самым разумным образом с помощью автоматического управления светофорами. Таким образом, дороги в час пик разгружаются быстро и эффективно. Система управления парковками мониторит и оповещает автовладельцев, где находятся свободные места, и контролирует оплату. Система «Умное образование» создает условия для более мобильных коммуникаций в школах и вузах. Система основывается на управляемом доступе для учителей и учащихся к данным образовательной программы, электронный журнал и дневник, СМС-уведомления о важных событиях, электронная библиотека и онлайн-обучение. Вся эта информация стекается в единый центр обмена данными – ЦОД. Фактически в ваших руках будет инструмент для управления всей городской инфраструктурой. В любое время вам будет доступна любая актуальная информация. Весь город у вас на ладони. Насколько эффективна система умного города? Давайте посмотрим на данные статистики стран, которые уже внедрили умные технологии. Снижение транспортных заторов на 25% и более, повышение эффективности использования общественного транспорта и удовлетворенность пассажиров на 12-40%, снижение потерь в сфере ЖКХ до 80%, снижение затрат на освещение города на 50-75%, повышение энергоэффективности города в целом на 9-25%, значительное снижение уровня правонарушений, повышение привлекательности города для жителей, предпринимателей и туристов. Как осуществить умные технологии на практике? Для этого необходим огромный инфраструктурный ресурс. АО «Казахтелеком» — единственный оператор в Казахстане, который имеет все необходимые элементы инфраструктуры для реализации проекта Smart City во всех городах Казахстана. Уже сегодня по всей стране мы протянули более 26 тысяч километров волоконно-оптических линий, установили 400 базовых станций энергоэффективной сети интернет LoRaWAN, в том числе в каждом областном центре, покрыли 3/4 территории страны высокоскоростной мобильной связью формата LTE, установили 17 центров обработки информации в каждом крупном городе Казахстана и оснастили в них 22 тысячи единиц оборудования. Мы установили 257 точек Wi-Fi и 35 тысяч камер уличного наблюдения по всему Казахстану. Мы хотим сделать Казахстан развитым и технологичным. Мы стремимся к повсеместному внедрению технологий высокого класса по всей стране, чтобы жизнь казахстанцев стала удобнее, приятнее и счастливее. Мы уже подготовили благодатную почву для роста умных городов по всей стране. Мы хотим, чтобы сегодня был заложен фундамент для еще одного умного города. Вы за?
Казахтелеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Управляли бизнесом из дома, мы сделали это возможным, организовав специальную программу поддержки МСБ. Казахтелеком бизнес. Даем возможности при любых обстоятельствах.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ERG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ERG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ERG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ERG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ERG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
Казахтелеком представляет платформу видеонаблюдения для крупного корпоративного бизнеса. Это надежный, удобный и оперативный способ контроля за бизнес-процессами и их безопасностью. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком – наша техническая база с наивысшими параметрами безопасности. Со скоростью света видеоданные передаются и сохраняются на сверхзащищенных серверах Казахтелеком. Видео с ваших камер не потеряются и не удалятся. И вы будете иметь к ним доступ в любое время. Как видите, мы учли самое важное – скорость, доступ и сохранность. С платформой видеонаблюдения вы можете наблюдать за объектом в режиме реального времени, в любом месте, даже со смартфона. Это удобно. Более того, вы можете скачать любой интересующий вас фрагмент из архива, длительность хранения которого вы определяете сами в пределах 30 дней. Платформа видеонаблюдения Казахтелеком. Одно решение многих вопросов. Оставьте заявку на подключение услуги платформы видеонаблюдения на telecom.kz.
Focus on providing the right tools for your people. So do we. Lenovo will help you transition to a more agile and efficient organization with remote management and deployment solutions, predictive analytics, as-a-service solutions, and 24/7 premier support. Smarter technology is an investment in your company's greatest asset, you.
Телеком гордо принял вызовы 2020-го. Чтобы вы подключали услуги связи, не выходя из дома, мы разместили их на ismet.kz. Чтобы вы всегда могли дозвониться и соединиться. Чтобы бизнес продолжался.
Зал еще не подключили. Мы не слышим вас, Канат.
Подключайте услуги связи онлайн.
Да, как слышно сейчас? Как меня слышно?
При любых.
Лучше? Да, добрый день. Как меня слышно?
Good afternoon. Can you read me well? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. I hope I am being heard. Dear participants in the forum, thank you very much for taking the invitation to participate in the forum, Digital Almaty 2020, Digital Future of the Global Economy, and to participate in the panel session, Digital Transformation, Healthcare, New. This is a unique opportunity to get together partners from various countries of the world, and thank you very much for finding time and connect with our event and the current translation. Within 20 minutes to go, we have intensive operation, and I would like to thank our guests, top managers of healthcare and IT companies operating in healthcare market. We are talking about digitalization of healthcare, but I would like to plunge into the topic. We are about digital transformation and the challenges which healthcare organizations have faced. We will talk about system of healthcare and the response to the current situation. What are the proposals? What are the new technologies and what are the new trends? And the new technology can be scaled in the current reality terms. I believe that many questions are in stock, and we will not wage time against wager. Not to waste time, I would like to introduce Beybut Simbayev, Deputy Minister of Healthcare of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Akhan Sarmanov, Deputy Executive Director, Ministry of Healthcare of Kazakhstan, Levin. He is the manager of digital transformation in the sphere of healthcare of the Russian Federation. Borzhan Jusupov, first Deputy Director of National Center of Public Healthcare of Ministry of Healthcare, and Natalia Dementieva, Executive Director of Children's Telemedicine National Health System, Sid Chakravarty, Executive Director of Start Week Company, and Mikhail Tsifansky, Director, Advanced Line Disease and Transplant Program, cardiologist, reanimatologist, pulmonologist, Children's National Hospital. Dear colleagues, let us start. We have been working together to attain the goal of whole entire coverage by the healthcare. Thank you for participation. We can as well start. I am giving the floor to Director of Department of Development of Healthcare, Mr. Simbayev, Beibut Simbayev. Good afternoon, dear guests, participants in the forum, dear colleagues. I am very pleased to welcome our guests at this panel session, The Transformation and New Challenges. As you know, provision of accessible medical care to public is the task of any government. Today we are living through a very dynamic time, and digitalization of healthcare provides insurance and provision of medical care to all levels of society. The notion of digitalization of healthcare is a very complicated phenomenon because to identify the final stage is very difficult from today's point of view. We have to say that IT technologies today are innovations, but tomorrow they will be outdated because everything develops very rapidly. That is why there is no final stage of digitalization of healthcare. I believe we will discuss everything here, and I would like to speak out my conviction that exchange of experience we are going to discuss today will help us in future to ensure development of digital healthcare and digitalization as a whole. Thank you. Thank you, Beibut. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start our session. And I would like to mention that today, now, at our virtual forum, the leaders of national and international medical companies and healthcare companies and IT companies have gathered together. I know that you very well know them. They have all their own backgrounds, their ways to overcome crises, which have been numerous during their lifetime. And now I am addressing my question to Akhan. Of course, the potential of development of digitalization of healthcare in Kazakhstan is huge, but naturally there is something which is lacking for sustainable growth of it. We would like to hear your opinion, please. Akhan. Thank you. Kanat, I am greeting you. I greet you and the colleagues. Very many thanks to all and every, because we have gathered on one podium, and within the framework of your response, I would like to dwell on the current situation and current challenges that are cast before us in the environment of COVID, and how to come to the ideal schematic and the ideal method of operation and structuring so that at any moment we can easily get access to all services and to data exchange. I would like to start from the brief excursion of how the structure of what the structure of healthcare is in terms of governmental agencies. We have a governmental agency. There is a system, medical systems, which are located immediately in polyclinics and other agencies for healthcare. For example, laboratory systems where they send their data, their results to be analyzed, and so that the government, represented by this executive agency, can take the appropriate measures like Foundation for Medical Insurance, could operate to maximum efficiency and follow up the services provided to the citizens. We can review about 40 subsystems, information subsystems incorporated immediately into the Ministry of Healthcare. Main peak point was in the years 2016, 2017. This was the way, the path covered by each government during the digitalization process. There have been challenges, there have been problems, and the target was to maximum tempo introduce responses to challenges and to provide coverage to all spheres which healthcare faces and our citizens face. But this schematic has a great minus, because as long as first they emerged in succession and there is no interplay between the systems and there is no integrated interface between the systems, and due to the difference of infrastructures and architectures, some systems are rapid and sometimes are very slow. But the caravan is progressing with the speed of the slowest camel. That is why the slow interface of interplay of such systems is based on the slowest one. But the solutions, taking into consideration the solidity of the systems, if we review them as a whole or if we review them one by one, there are some solutions based on the technology a little bit outdated. Even in 2015, Microsoft officially cancelled support of that system as an example. So as to follow up such systems today, it is necessary to prepare specialists in terms of outdated technologies. That is the greater cost of such systems and implementation of such systems. But because such systems are outdated and there are no specialists to support them, we have to introduce another system to support this system. So this is a way out, but some and many governments refuse to follow such paths. Singapore or UK, they converged, they transformed into the platform systems. We have been analyzing the current situation. We have been analyzing what we have to aspire to, and we considered international solutions. We considered the doctor system, the entire architecture of the system, services and services provided to citizens of their countries. We tried to analyze not local solutions, but the country solutions to cover the entire sphere, all the needs of the citizens in the sphere of public health. Next slide, please. That is to say, the cases reviewed by us, considered by us, health case, Singan, and Singapore, they try to evade monolith, they try to evade outdated schemes, and due to infrastructure, we have been reaching fail-safe operation of data business, of data banks. We have been achieving the additional point of failure safety. For example, in due time, we are deploying container with solutions. All these solutions are trying to employ the principles of this architecture. Now, on the next slide, we have come to the system of healthcare. What are we planning? We are planning to transform the entire quantity of 40+ systems of the healthcare ministry, to divide them into several platforms, into 3 specific filters, in the center of which there will be a specific technological solution. There is an excursion backwards from the practice of system of operation of government agencies. They do have a specific minus in their operation. They have to resolve specific tasks without using technologies and technologies of the nucleus. Any financial system is the accounting system. Not every accounting system is progressive. For example, each governmental system is an accountancy system, because there are citizens. In most of them, they have cash and they have services and they have process, and there is a description of how the service is being provided to each specific citizen, and there is a specific set of activities to be taken during specific stages or in some terms and conditions, and recalculation of services shall be done. The calculation of some cash shall be done under such conditions. They face changing conditions, and accordingly they have to contain elements of accountancy, and they have to contain elements of financial accountancy. That is why the development of whatever project is tasked from government sector to the private sector. Government sector, they resolve their tasks in the terms of current reality, and they try to optimize their expenditure. That is why they resolve their tasks. But should this ecosystem require some amendment or change, for example, some accountancy conditions have changed, and whatever other services have to be changed, very often such systems being implemented to suit the task, they have to be rewritten or amended on the level of developers, which entails more costs of the ownership. To this architecture, we have reviewed it from a different point of view. We have used platform approach. We divided it into 3 parts. We have used first part, electronic approach, with due consideration of every citizen, all his data, all his analysis, all his trends, all the comments put down by doctors into his case will be uploaded into the system. All the recipes and all the recommendations provided by the doctor in terms of this patient, every analysis available on him, they will be uploaded into the e-hub platform. That is to say, this is the block where the electronic passport of health will be maintained. The working e-hub is our operating name for it, in terms of insurance of the project, which will help us follow up the path of each blister of drug, how it undergone tests, whether it was imported from abroad or whether what it was produced somehow or was delivered to the end customer citizen. And block number 3, the Ministry of Health has a platform product, will be suited by us to specific task. We will subdivide it into operational data and to the usage data. And we have CTL and we have other subdivisions where we will upload all our operational data, on which basis we are going to construe our analysis and our operational technique. We will structure our operational center, and on the basis of accountancy, we can submit either to governmental agency or to use this analytics as the artificial intelligence, AI, to produce some recommendations for this or that citizen in terms of his analysis, so that this citizen is capable or maybe pay his attention to this or that region or area. And in the case history of your applications, from that we have to conclude that you are predisposed to oncology conditions, and our recommendation will be such and such. I will discuss the architecture. We are going to transform all the systems of the health ministry, and we're going to provide education on the platforms, and we will construe our operation on the platform of digital bank. In the basis of this bank, the functional of processing a client will be described. There will be mechanisms for opening accounts. There will be mechanisms for follow-up products. There will be a mechanism to account for applications by the customers. We will follow and monitor any move of the drug. There will be mechanism of BPM or primary machine, that is transitional modules. And from this platform of digital bank, we can structure absolutely any accountancy which is required by us and which is required by the current realities, so that the developers of medical data systems will be completely freely get the systems, provide the data or get the data referring to this or that patient being treated in the polyclinic or hospital using this or that platform system. Of course, there is another term such as slavery, when the data are maintained on the platform of system, and the polyclinic cannot migrate to another platform because they will lose their data. The polyclinics, it is the hostage of other company which is the owner of the data, actually owned by this polyclinic. And we will not be able to use the data, and we will have to transform these data into another product, and we will borrow the data from the nucleus, which will maintain the entire case of the patient, the history of his applications. In that case, any citizen visiting mobile bank or his account and seeing that he has this or that credit or this or that something pawned or deposited as a security, and he will see the very beautiful structure from where he can see that he is this or that patient, and that he was given this or that prescription, or he was given this or that drug to cure his condition. Therefore, he will be able to apply to a doctor and see the application to a doctor, and it will ensure security of his personal data and the data of his application to kindly excuse me for breaking the time schedule. This platform will provide us ensuring and implementation of this very rapid service. We are going to launch this service in the first half year, where the citizen will get his doctor's prescription, will apply to a drugstore, will get the drug, and he can either amend or change this drug for another cheaper one, and he will not be able to get twice the delivery of this or that drug. And we will have very accurate and very clear interplay with the business. When we engage in basic businesses, we together with business will progress, and I believe this is the correct variant when we observe all the terms and conditions of the established infrastructure and architecture, which is in clear connection with the tasks from the side of the medical systems, which are fully integral and fully transparent mechanisms of interplay. This is another slide where we want to demonstrate. Another slide, please. Here is the electronic passport of health, which any citizen can see his data in. I am quick because I am being here we can implement telemedicine together with business as the implementer and the aggregator of the doctors and polyclinics which are going to provide services. Next slide. And here a little bit, I will touch upon this slide a little bit longer. This is emergency service. Unfortunately, due to outdated mechanisms, there is no, and the dispatcher service would deliver patients to various clinics and they would not know the actual status of this or that patient, and a patient would be transported to 3 or 5 subsequent clinics and they could not hospitalize him. We will be able to see whatever nearest medical facility is available, and if the patient suffered a stroke, the emergency service would be able to get access to the latest prescriptions provided to this patient, and the emergency will be well prepared when they come to visit this or that patient. And the emergency will be able to provide accurate services, and the relatives of the patient will be able to deliver the necessary drugs to the patient. Thank you very much, and thank you for providing me the opportunity for speaking at this forum. Thank you for a little bit scrambled end, but we can speak a lot about this digital sphere of medicine. Thank you very much. I am about it. Thank you, Ahan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahan. The colleagues, let's discuss the next subject. Kazakhstan is not standing aside from all the world trends. The medical system is also, the healthcare system is going shifted to the digital system on the governmental and the country level, national level. We have launched already a number of pilot projects that are being expanded and extended. And so the next issue that I would love to highlight and to bring up, just will be addressed to Mr. Bibut. Well, let's discuss the issue related to on how you visualize, since you are monitoring and this supervising agency on the development of the digital healthcare system, what changes have been undertaken in the system of health public, and what trends of development are we going to observe in the nearest future in the short term and long term prospect, and that's how you visualize these changes, what novelties have been introduced, and you would love to highlight what alterations and changes, modifications can happen in the infrastructure of ecosystem, what will be the benefits of all these changes, so and what how the population can benefit from all these modifications and changes. Thank you, Kanat. Dear co-workers and colleagues, I just would love I will focus my attention on the COVID-19, which this pandemic disease made the whole country, the whole world shocked or made it paralyzed. Starting from the last year, we launched a huge and immense work just on digitization of all the processes related to the combating of COVID-19. So if we talk about the 2019, there were a lot of challenges that we faced related restriction of distribution of the disease, first of all related and we had to secure our citizens of our country, and we had to record all the patients, all the people who were arriving in Kazakhstan. So, and accordingly, in partnership with this civil defense department and the borderline agencies, we carried out an immense work on recording and keeping track of all the people who were arriving in Kazakhstan. So later on, this information was centralized, and then we have got here web application here for controlling of COVID-19, where we keep track of all the citizens who were arriving in Kazakhstan, and also due to that data, we carry out epidemiological surveillance. So we try to identify people who were infected, who were in contact, and we try to search and to find them. So we started the work last year, and we still carry on the work, and we try to focus our attention on that. So the next slide, please. So this year, we have to talk about the next stages. At first, we have got a very clear-cut target on recording of immune prophylaxis of the COVID patients. This, first of all, immunization or vaccination. We talk about digitization of the process. We have, in Kazakhstan, launched working in this area on vaccine that are just like our priority. People who are in risk groups, these are first of all our medical doctors, medical personnel. Also, there will be teachers, and later on there will be mass voluntary vaccination for COVID-19. So we're getting prepared for that process, and we are getting the entire process will be digitized. We already launched this process, but what we would love to do in the future is to make sure that this process is very convenient, not only for medical personnel, but also for patients as well. So what needs to be done for that? For that purpose, we have set up information system that enables us to ensure digitization of the selected patients for vaccination who are eligible for vaccination. It means that people who voluntarily, for example, at the place of residence, they, for example, apply for vaccination. And on the basis of this system, we can track and record, and we have got a whole traffic or just on the system of vaccination, because there are certain requirements development on this number of people who had to be vaccinated, the current vaccination. For example, in one vessel vial, there should be, for example, there could be only 5 persons can be vaccinated, so to avoid a waste of materials. So there should be very clear-cut picking up and selection and monitoring who and when is supposed to show up at the clinic or any medical facility. So accordingly, to provide the activities of all the medical personnel, which will enable us to know for sure what time and what, particularly which person is supposed to show up for vaccination. You have to know his name, his physical appearance, or maybe he's got some contradictions, or so the current health condition, to measure his arterial pressure and to find out his physical condition. So this is the prerequisites that are sort of like preceding the entire process. So as I have mentioned before, it is mandatory to have this person-oriented. It's very important to have to make comfortable conditions for a patient. That's why the mobile apps, this is the governmental app, which will be going to add services for vaccination, which will enable a patient to give his concurrence and to get notification on the necessity to visit this or that medical facility to get vaccination. Besides, after getting the vaccination, the patient may give the feedback. So during any vaccination, just no matter what vaccination, in case of emergency of some complications in terms of health, for example, the patient will be entitled electronically to submit this feedback, and then the medical facility, after getting this feedback, will just provide and respond adequately, relevantly. So the center of prompt reaction is required in order to consolidate that information and to respond on certain side effects. For example, considering, for example, the waiver or refusal to get the vaccination, to monitor in which regions there were more denials coming, and then to react adequately for this or that information flows coming from the population. So besides, it will be necessary to carry out and to record those groups of individuals who already are being vaccinated at the moment. And we'll talk about the medical personnel, and also that dashboard. There will be the Minister of Healthcare and the Committee of the Sanitary Surveillance. They will monitor how many people were vaccinated in which region. So this information will be prompt monitoring, which will be done online in the online mode. Just to keep records and to keep track. So the passport of vaccination for citizens. So the first stage will be vaccines for COVID. Then in the future, we're expecting that the citizens, after having this information of the passport vaccination, will enable him to see and to keep track of all the vaccines that he will be getting starting from childhood up till for lifetime period. So here I would love to bring an example of this unified PCR testing. So last year we did a lot of work for combating COVID-19 in the Republic of Kazakhstan. We set up unified COVID system test that collects or accumulates information from all the laboratories where they carry out the testing, and from the governmental also and private laboratories. That enables us to centralize the monitor the PCR tests and to provide this information when we carry out some mass events, or in the future the Sanitary Surveillance Agency will definitely pass on this information to the aviation companies or to foreign companies where it will be required. Also through the services we are going to provide, so with the concurrence of a citizen, of course, just information on vaccination, for example. And there will be some restrictions for a person, those who didn't receive vaccines, or persons who did receive vaccines, but so this information can be submitted in centralized manner to the agencies in order to make sure that the citizens of Kazakhstan can freely migrate to other countries and travel overseas. Thank you very much. Appreciate your attention.
Thank you, David. It's a very interesting initiative being implemented now by the Ministry of Health in this real time during COVID-19 pandemic. This reality which has crushed upon us, I have no other word to describe it. It really crushed upon us, and we very much rely that digitalization has helped us adapt to this reality and even to expedite our efforts. But apart from serious challenges we have faced during this year, great potentials. IT companies have taken only 6 times to implement their solutions, and not only for the 6-year period, but for 6-month period. Thank you once again. Let us discuss another topic. And it is no secret that many countries, of course, have developed various IT projects to monitor COVID-19 prevention efforts. And in Kazakhstan, a number of programs have been launched. Thereby, I have a question to ask Mr. Baurzhan Jusupov, the following speaker. Baurzhan, let us discuss with you what programs to fight COVID-19 have been launched both globally and in Kazakhstan, and what is being considered for development in future. Good afternoon, dear guests. Well, I will tell you just a few things about solutions we use to monitor COVID infection and prevention of COVID infection. One of the solutions on the next slide you can see mentioned by David in the Center for Monitoring COVID. This is database which is 1,800,000 items. Next slide, whereinto data was uploaded about the crossing of state border, all cases of coronavirus infection without laboratory confirmation, all persons. This database provides possibility to monitor and to follow up the results of home isolation of a patient who is ill currently and to identify his current status. The program provides to identify chains of infection, which is very important from the point of view of understanding the potential of propagation of infection. And most importantly, this database is actively used for formation of statistics. That is to say, statistics in terms of COVID is not made by hand, but this is a body of aggregated data made sometimes at midnight, and this data will automatically upload it into the database. The potential is very high. As we are dealing with operational activity, so we, as yet, in detail, we have not analyzed it as a scientific database, but we consider it for future. Next slide, please. Next slide is about the system of monitoring indicators, which is the dashboard, which will be specifically developed. Next slide. Specifically developed to monitor the readiness of regions in terms of response to coronavirus infection. That is the system of indicators, incorporating some indicators, the part of which is filled in by hand, and some are automatically uploaded with specific verification, providing us the possibility of visualizing and determining the potential of region in terms of response to coronavirus infection. We have not been able to attain complete automation only because some parameters are very difficult to be collected automatically. This is the effort to gather them together. We actively have been using statistical data which we have been gathering together to assess the epidemiological situation now. And generally speaking, on the everyday, day-to-day basis, we have been structuring a matrix of epidemiological situation, the parameters of additional disease cases, and the indicators which have been calculated by us with the help of special indicators. Weekly, we provide distribution or breakdown by the region. This is to be able to viewing the country as a whole, represent the regions which are not uniform, and it will dictate us the necessity of taking action to prevent propagation of disease. Next slide, please. Also, we verify this matrix, and how? By way of using the operational center to respond to emergencies in the field of healthcare. A year and a half ago, just before COVID epidemic, we principally have been gathering together all the information about COVID coming from various agencies, from various sources, and we distributed in a certain pattern. And we have a possibility to verify this or that data, to compare cases with the rate of hospitalization, and we can review the dynamics of propagation of infection and to assess the number of positive cases reported by lab systems. And if we see great divergence of data, we of course take the appropriate action to verify and understand the reasons for propagation and for discrepancies which have occurred, and to rightfully assess the dynamics of the situation. It is necessary to understand it in real terms. When we very well aware of at least three options: the Lebanon variant, South African variant, and Brazil variant option, and we plan to establish the system of epidemiological surveillance understanding that the abilities of the country are limited a little bit, it is necessary to identify the reasons with greater range of propagation of disease and to identify whether this propagation is due to new variants of propagation or some other reasons. As a whole, this is about it. This is a part of our operation, of the job we have been doing, but there are some instances to add. In general, we have been creating forecasts. We provide forecasts for 4-week periods based on the number of cases of propagation of disease, using extrapolation of the current epidemiological situation for the coming 4-week period. And we as well provide long-term forecasts. Our long-term forecasts, of course, are more saturated, are richer, taking into consideration all the factors able to influence the propagation of infection. We are taking into consideration the preventive measures. Of course, it is understandable that information technologies are very important, and here in this specific case, we are more focused on analytics and the data analysis. Thank you for your attention.
It was really just a very exciting and very interesting initiative. I just would love to wish you success in all of your endeavors. Let's proceed our conversation and our discussion. I would encourage to discuss the discussion related to deliveries and tracking of pharmaceuticals. So, despite all the a little bit of achievements of technologies, but marking provision of transparency in the system of supply and delivery of vaccines and pharmaceuticals and the compliance of monitoring of this cold chain. That's why I think it's very topical. I would love to pass the floor to Shalkar and C. Chakravarti from UNICEF and the Startweek company. Just let's discuss these issues. Just now, I would appreciate if you can please share some information, what lessons you have made out of this information, how this information is being utilized, or what experience is being used in other foreign countries. Also, will be very beneficial for us how IT can provide truthfulness, veritability, transparency of just now how you make these disruptions of deliveries of pharmaceuticals and other topical issues are just very extremely important in the chain of supply. Let me start. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I know that migration is one of the key elements of the modern medicine. We try to rescue so many lives every day. Today, we would love to present the concept of this pharmaceuticals delivery in the system of healthcare. So, I'm working as a consultant and this is my co-worker, Mr. Chakravarti. And just now, I would like to talk about my company also. So, let me just give some information about the immunization. For the last 30 years, Kazakhstan has reached a very good accomplishment in terms of immunization. We have got a very good single distributor who procures all the pharmaceuticals, and then also through the UNICEF channels. Also, we developed a modern system act in the area of immunization, but still, our work has shown that there are some certain complications and difficulties. The challenges that we are facing are linked to this activity and the lack of qualified personnel, and there are some issues of authenticity and authenticity of this information. Statistics has shown that for the last years, for 2020, the level of coverage and delivery of pharmaceuticals reached 50% and reached 92%. So it is most likely that during the likely situation, so there will be also sometimes the personnel can be overloaded with work. Also, the COVID situation has aggravated the situation in general. These are the main reasons that are causing the spikes of measles in our country, like it happened in 2019, although there was a very good complete coverage of pharmaceuticals. But with introduction of digital information on procurement of pharmaceuticals, there were some, with this regard, I would love to just now to draw attention to the potential resolution of the problems. How we can.
So, hey everyone, this is Chakravarti, founder and CEO of Startbase. I'm here to present an open source solution called Vaccine Ledger that we have built. It's a supply chain intelligence solution that ensures quality and safety of vaccines in the supply chain. COVID-19 vaccine delivery is, let's see these slides. So next slide, please. Yeah. COVID-19. Thank you. So COVID-19 vaccine delivery is one of the biggest supply chain feats that we will ever witness. We're talking about product that is needed by 7 billion people around the world. And with today's supply chain, which is enormous. So we're expecting somewhere around $30 billion in loss during the vaccine delivery programs around the world. Next slide, please. And these failures are basically categorized into, these are some of the common failures that you see in the vaccine supply chains. And we can prevent these failures if all the stakeholders of the supply chain have access to the right information at the right time. Next slide.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So yeah, these are the failures that I've been talking about in the vaccine supply chains, and these can be prevented if all the stakeholders in the vaccine supply chain have right information at the right time. Next slide.
Следующий слайд.
However, there is one big problem. Traditional supply chain solutions, such as the ERP system, warehouse management systems, and fleet management systems, these are basically creating data silos because they are owned and deployed by different stakeholders in the supply chain, and it is very difficult and expensive to integrate these systems with each other. So this creates, as I said, data silos, where the data becomes less useful. So it makes it very difficult to create transparency and visibility in the supply chain. So that is where we come in. The next slide.
Следующий слайд.
So without replacing the existing systems, right? So all the systems stand as it is. We basically, Vaccine Ledger uses blockchain technology to connect all the stakeholders of the supply chain, such as vaccine manufacturers, governments, and distributors, over a decentralized system that abstracts data from different data silos and creates visibility and transparency in the supply chain. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Следующий слайд.
Okay, so the way it works is very simple, right? So it captures all transaction data at every touch point in the supply chain on one single platform. A distributor can raise purchase orders through our platform, and the vaccine manufacturer basically can review these purchase orders and accept them immediately. So all data is on one single platform, even though they are using different interfaces. So that the system can capture data from the background. Now, the Vaccine Ledger captures all the steps that are taking place at a manufacturer, such as packaging, shipment, and it creates visibility and transparency in the supply chain. So the way we do it is very simple integrations with the vaccine manufacturer, where we not only record the shipment details, but also details of every single vial that they have manufactured. So each vial has a serial number. That serial number gets linked to the purchase order. So that way we capture the journey of the vaccine at a vial level from the manufacturer to a country. The way after the manufacturer ships the vaccine, if the solution can capture data at several touch points, including the airport where it's being shipped from and the landing airport where it landed. So all stakeholders get real-time information when the product reaches the country. And once it reaches the country, the central warehouse team can use the same application to ship the products to different parts in the country. Now, because of that, basically, so a product shipped from let's say the capital city, can be easily tracked. Its location and everything can be captured on the platform. Here's a case study that we have done with the vaccine ledger in India. So these are different touch points that we capture at different points in the supply chain, all the way to the last mile. So what was not, what cut off in the video is it can also be used in the last mile, where a doctor or a nurse, when they're administering the vaccine to a person, can link up a vaccine to the person who is receiving it. So you have clear visibility of how many people have received dose 1 and how many are pending for dose 2, and what's the coverage information for each in each location. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So, how do we do this? How do we collect data in such a complex and fragmented supply chain? We use something called digital IDs. So these digital IDs are like IDs for each individual vial. So they are unique, globally unique. So that creates an ID for a vaccine vial. Now, as these vials are grouped and ungrouped at several points in the supply chain, our system makes it very easy to capture data for each individual vial. So you have a record of, if you take any vial in the vaccine supply chains, you have a complete record of where it originated from, how did it move across the supply chain, and and you also have information about what temperature has it been stored in during the storage and transportation. So that way you have complete visibility and transparency of data. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So we are also basically deploying in a very large-scale environments. Most COVID-19 supply chains are much larger than the traditional vaccine supply chains because of the wider population requirements. With both system integration partners and infrastructure partners to cater to the needs of integrating with local systems and also supporting data and privacy requirements in each country. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд.
And the software works beautifully with all the existing solutions. If there are such as IoT devices which are tracking temperature or tagging the products, if there are airports or containers in between, all this information can be integrated into one single system, and you can link that all the way to the vial level. So you don't have to go to 10 different systems to search for this information. You will find it all in one place by searching by a serial number of a vaccine. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд.
So what this enables is two things. One is continuous visibility of where the product is, what condition it is in, and also the use of data to predict some of the failures that are going to happen and generate actionable insights. So this will help us take real-time decisions and prevent some of the failures that would cause huge losses in the supply chain. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So this solution is not new. We have developed this solution been developing and deploying this solution for the last 5 years. And we have support from a large number of partners in scaling this solution in multiple geographies. Next slide, please.
Следующий слайд, пожалуйста.
So I thank you for this opportunity to present at this conference, and I look forward to helping you build resilient and sustainable supply chains in for tackling the COVID-19 vaccine delivery. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sid. Thank you. Very useful information. It will be useful for us also. Итак, коллеги.
So, colleagues, we are going to proceed and to carry on our discussion from the issues starting from delivery and supply system, and now we are going to move to another approach linked to the remote medical services, where these IT solutions are playing the key role. So, with this regard, I would love to pass the floor to the next speaker. Let's discuss the issue of remote medical services, telemedical services, and medical consultancy services. In the offline, they still remain valid, but at the same time, we have got more and more patients coming, and they will be moved to this, shifted to the online consultancies mode. So with this regard, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Mike Дефанский. Майк Дефанский будет
говорить от имени доктора Рикардо Муниса.
To talk on behalf of Dr. Megonis. Let's discuss the following subject. If you can please talk about how you visualize the new future of telemedicine services, whether the remote medical services will they be expanded and developed in the future, whether we'll retain this mode or whether we'll have got a new format after the pandemic disease.
Спасибо большое, коллеги.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I just would love to talk in Russian. It's not very often I'm requested to do the presentations in Russian. If something is wrong, please forgive me. I just would love to share some information on how we get adapted to this, just the central hospital in the United States to the pandemic disease, what we did prior to the pandemic expansion. And how we get adjusted in the process of pandemic disease and to the environment, to the current circumstances, and to the challenges that we are facing. The next slide, please. So then we talk about the expansion of the program of this telemedicine on the base of our hospital clinic allowed us to carry on three major purposes. First of all, we put a target to protect our kids, our families, and to protect our personnel from this infectious disease or the pandemic disease. And secondly, we were also facing a challenge related to the extension of all the programs required massive re-education and retraining of our medical personnel, and both for this outpatient and for the inpatient systems. In the context of how this medical services can be adjusted and modified in case if these medical services are provided through solutions or telemedicine services but not face-to-face. And the third target that we were facing was linked to the problem that we had to mitigate the financial influence of pandemic disease on the financial processes that were happening and occurring on our clinic. Because the number of patients who were screened on this outpatient system. Conditions were just reduced, and then the number of patients that were treated hospitalized on inpatient number, just their number increased. So, but our telemedical system allowed us to mitigate and alleviate the situation somehow. So, so the fact that everything was quite different from what was before, prior to the COVID disease. So our telemedical system is encompassing and covers the entire spectrum of medical services, which is existing on the basis, on the framework of our clinic, starting from the polyclinics and outpatient services by the general practitioners and ending up by the services of our precipitation and those who are working with infant. And so from the pandemic disease start, we just got a few grants that allowed us to provide services, telemedicine on spot, at home, so, and to contact the infants and their parents. So without having admitted them at the reception at this admission department. So we're trying to just now to cover some specific patients with COVID-19 or to provide services to our patients with specific symptoms. The next slide, please. So, and starting over the history of telemedicine goes back to this, it's 20 years old, in fact. For this 20 years, we have provided more than 40,000 teleconsultancy services in many parts of the world. And so that was prior to pandemic disease, COVID-19. But with the start of pandemic disease, we were able to provide more than 85,000 consultancy services, and only for children who are in the vicinity and nearby, in this District of Columbia and into 2 states that are bordering on it. So this is the way our system was altered and changed. The system that has been providing, so has been a whole number of services worldwide, and just in addition to the system. And that was how the system was altered and modified. I talk particularly about local services and the global services. So we got started, and just know to this something unfamiliar or something without not being aware about that pandemic disease will be disseminated and in the context of all this provided services. But everything got started in 2018. So in 2018, just with the management change, so the program of telemedicine, we began realizing that the program itself had some drawbacks and some complications. These problems and these drawbacks were existing in can be divided into 3 categories. First of all, they were technological problems linked to the personnel who were oriented for the structure of the program. So the structure of the program wasn't quite adequate. The system, the technologies were out of date. Our personnel didn't realize how to work and how to operate telemedicine. So there were some discrepancies and that hindered our fast growth. But we began realizing that in order to improve and upgrade our services, we had to undertake a certain of modifications and changes. And we realized that we need to set up a centralized telemedical headquarters in order just now to make sure that this is just divided or scattered medical services can be integrated into one system under the aegis of this headquarters. Just we also set up so internal financial control monitoring system, which never existed before. So we did simplify and streamline the process of payment for the services based on the program. We also upgraded and improved the system of providing telemedical services. Also, we created this system which enabled us to measure our success or our failures. So we were able to understand prior to COVID the dissemination that the core of the difficulties of licensing of medical services from one state to another state were quite different. For example, doctors were supposed to get new licenses for provided services. Also, for example, if a physical doctor was located in one place in one state and the patient was in the other place, it was quite difficult from the legal point of view just to reach each other. So there were similar problems and challenges we were facing in terms of payment for these services. So there was not quite clear understanding how to make payments for telemedical services and consultancy services, because they were not on the face-to-face format. That was the core of the problem. So, and also a limitation of the services of our technologies were linked to the problem that we had to modify the wireless technologies and to increase our capacity when we talk about the computer systems and to optimize the operational support that was absolutely linked. That was suited to the telemedical services. So in March in 2018, we set up strategic business plan and we developed it for the development of telemedical services on the basis of our clinic. So as I have mentioned before, it was many years ago, prior to the COVID emergence. So and in July in 2018, we convened the board of directors, which identified the priorities and the strategy of development of the program. And we launched our activities. That in 2018, we carried out this upgrading of the system, of the computer systems and IT technologies. In 2019, we set up a telemedical headquarters, and I just would love to dwell this information on info later. And on this platform, we were providing telemedical services. So, and as this chart is displaying, if you look at this diagram, and you will see 2018, 2019, you will see that the number of visits of this during these years was not quite enormous, from 40 up to 60 visits per month. That was an average in 2018, but maybe from 60 up to 100 the visits in the average visits in 2019. So in June 2019, we were shifted to the new technologies, the system that was called Zoom system, and I guess that as a result of that, we had to get adjusted to the new environment. The number of visits reduced, decreased up to 20, 30 in average per month. So, next slide. By the start of 2020, the number of visits of telemedical services remained 20 up to 30 visits per month, but then there was a outbreak of COVID disease, and they which dramatically changed the situation, which impacted dramatically our capability to provide telemedical services and the need to deliver these services. When I talk particularly, the main changes impacted the regulatory. So when we talk about from the legal point of view, we changed the regulation of provision of telemedical services. And in particular that it became, from the point of view of law, it became much simpler and easier. And the payments for these services became streamlined and became simpler. So, and thus, So in the context of COVID-19 dissemination, we developed a strategic plan of elaboration of our telemedical services and all over the hospital and clinic. And in the context of our regular or daily medical services, from outpatient up to resuscitation clinics, so including tele-resuscitation and the primary sorting in the resuscitation or intensive care departments wards. In this admission or reception admission departments and remote departments, or the departments that we are cooperating with, also including the services at home. Next slide, please. So here we had to learn a lot and to teach other people a lot in this new environment. So you see, prior to this, our COVID dissemination in January, February 2020, we had about 260 physical doctors and medical personnel who were providing telemedical services. But starting from March 2020, when there was an outbreak of pandemic disease, which also impacted our activities. So the number of medical personnel who were supposed to deliver medical services on spot, there was a big shortage of medical personnel, and we experienced that. So the same happened with the number of televisits. So, and in the first few months in 2020, we were able to, just though there were very few televisits starting from March, they were increasing, and at the moment, per month, we have got about 12, 16 televisits. But within the framework of this clinic or inpatient facility, we have got a very well-developed program, quite elaborate program. And so first of all, we have got a program which encompasses cardio resuscitation and just regular for newly born infants, and commercial medicine, cardio resuscitation. So in cardio resuscitation, we have got 2 medical telerobots. They are equipped just differently. One robot can move all by himself from one bed, from one patient to another in one ward. And the second robot, which is it's simpler. You can see that he's equipped with telecamera and telecommunication devices. You have to move him himself. Dr. Mike, sorry for interruption, but we have got 2 minutes left. Can you please speed up? So, thank you. The next slide, please. So this is our team center, where you can see that what is happening in all this telemedicine system. You can visualize to monitor this X-rays, and they communicate with all their medical personnel who are involved in our program worldwide. Next slide. So we are building a new team center, which will be based in directly on the Department of Cardio Resuscitation Center. Next slide. Also, in general, the majority of services that we are providing in the context of tele-resuscitation are this remote monitoring, linked to remote monitoring, and non-critical advice. So a few number of services are provided. I just know critical service, for example, a patient has got severe problems so we have to get a hold of a medical personnel or medical doctor that can provide just professional services. The same happens with the just children's resuscitation center. So when we talk about newly born infants, they have got similar multidisciplinary visits or surveys when we utilize robots also, and some members of our team, they can be either at home or based in their offices, or they can be either at the bed of the patient. So it gives us a chance to mitigate or to restrict the risk of catching or being infected by COVID. Next slide, please. We also were able to coordinate just now telemedical services and education with this utilizing this system. Also, we also carried out a conference with participation of global participants who were discussing urgent and burning issues that we were facing just due to COVID dissemination. We carried out 21 meetings or conferences that were carried out every Tuesday with this participation of 72 institutions and clinics worldwide. So, and I have to also to reiterate that the success of our team was determined by the fact that all over the clinic, everybody was endorsing and supporting our activities, just not only by words, but their actions, and they financially were supporting us. You see, our team is pretty extensive, and we can see that we have got multidisciplinary, starting from doctors, administrators, nurses, and general practitioners, therapists, and also lawyers, legal advisors, and IT experts, computer and system administrators. So, in the context of this COVID-19 dissemination, we also expanded and elaborated the program for so you see, but it would never happen if we were not prepared and for this system. Even nobody expected that this would ever happen, but we thought this utilization of these medical services would stay with us forever. And we also had a lot of problems, issues that we need to be resolved as soon as possible because they are linked to the human factor, also financial factor, and technological factors. So, and as it was mentioned by General American Eisenhower said when he once said that when I was getting prepared for the battle, I always was aware that the plans are useless, but the process of planning is really valuable. But thank you really very much. Should you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you very much for Dr. Stefanski for your exciting and very amazing expertise and experience and your adaptation to the current environment and circumstances. I would love to pass the floor to the next speaker and just would love Natalia Kiel. Natalia Kiel is certainly the leader, front runner in the digital public health system. Has got successfully operating in the healthcare system. Let's discuss these challenges that they are facing at the moment and how they tackle these issues, in particular in Kazakhstan, and what new opportunities we can have available.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for the provided possibility of participating in the forum of this level with such interesting colleagues. And indeed, our company is a leader in the market of medicine. We have been operating more than 16 years now. And I am presenting the range of products, the line of products, under the general name of Domament, which is incorporated into one system, including the system of provision of healthcare, but I would like to say a few words about new possibilities and new challenges facing us and about our response we're going to take in future. I extend my thanks to the previous speakers who provided me the opportunity to bring this to the audience to more brightly illustrate my ideas, which I am going to speak out now. Next slide, please. Of course, the main challenge of 2020 was the pandemic, but for us IT guys, the major challenge was the sharp increase of demand for service. But the life made them understand, even those who did not understand a little bit of services, but this was like a catalyzer for the public to quickly and deeper penetrate into the digital technologies. And with the IT world, which we are producers of the services, by our products we have done a great job. As one of the previous speakers mentioned, what used to be done during a longer period has become possible during very short periods, because we understand what was on the other cup of balance. We developed the monitoring system for quarantined patients, for doctors to get more rapid, more quicker information on the infected persons entering the country. But on this, we did not quit the demand in digital services. This demand is growing from day to day, but producing new possibility, new option, this or that tool. We have started to gather understanding of the problems which are to be resolved and the main vectors for development of medicine. We believe there are three main trends: provision of digital freedom to citizen, and quite natural, we and all other participants in the IT market, we will expand and increase the affordability of medical digital services, which involves and entails another step to make. The existing legal field is not oriented to the processes of digital transformation. It will require considerable re-engineering of the regulatory and legal norms and regulations, and we have to introduce a new notion, digital regulation of healthcare, where the regulatory base of health care processes, of providing processes of healthcare, shall be regulated from the point of view of optional use of digital tools. Next slide, please. Thanks a lot to Ahan, who was very detailed in telling how our government is planning future development of the system of digital healthcare on the governmental level, and it is very pleasing that it coincides with our view. I simply want to emphasize and to highlight specific instances. It is very important that the architecture of digital healthcare of our country shall be open type structure. We imply that the central component structured by our Ministry of Health Service will be circled by a number of services through which the market, the participants of which we are, and the government, in terms of provision of governmental services, will use the necessary data and transfer the necessary data to these components. By this way, digital freedoms and digital equality will be provided for all participants in the process of provision of healthcare. It is very important that both in the regulatory zone and IT instruments and tools, the right of patient for claiming to be entitled for the services and for the accessibility of data to doctors for provision of quality and timely health care be provided. Balance shall be very well maintained, and the balance shall not go up and down in favor of this or that side. Then in the market we will have free competition, which will provide a new impetus for development of digital healthcare. And the government, as the regulator, as emphasized by Akhan in his presentation, full transparency of all the flows, and will be 100% sure in the reliability and veracity of medical data. And affordability of medical data is another big task which faces the healthcare of our country. Many steps have been taken in this direction, and we have been actively participated in the development of these regulatory acts. Next slide, please. We, as I mentioned, expecting considerable growth of offerings and proposals in the medical center services. We see new trends to follow by our company, and we think that this is not only our vision, but the real trends to follow, the existing trends, and will be in demand, not only with us in our country, but all over the world, which is confirmed by the presentation provided by our respected Dr. Michael of the United States, who told us just before me. I will start with clinics or without clinics, telemedicine, remote consultation and remote provision of services actually is quite well known notions, but the rigid quarantine period demonstrated that within the nearest future, and it has been very in great demand during lockdown, fully virtual communication between the doctor and the patient. There was no other alternative to take, and in some cases, face-to-face contact of patient and doctor is quite necessary, but when such contacts are not available, this type of provision of medical service yields very good results. In April, based on our solutions, the so-called virtual clinic was deployed, with the help of which medical provision was provided to patients with chronic diseases, chronic conditions, very much in need of profile specialists, and up to the end, closer to the end of the year 2020, we held consultations whereby, with the help of our mobile application, we were able to get consultations by profile specialists. On one hand, we wanted to make sure by ourselves and to bring more attention to this topic, to see how much in demand this form of provision of medical services will be in demand in future. And this confirms the fact that after the implementation of the service of video consultations, starting from June of this year, via last year, more than 1,000 consultations were provided all over our country. Next slide, please. Another interesting instance is that when we operate the so-called available live data, we are able to render not only regular digital services, but we can proactively operate with the patient. Even now in our application, mobile application, there are a number of proactive services, and we think that they shall be more developed in the future. It will involve patients into the healthcare about his own health, and it will help management of managing such complications. And we think that in the nearest future, many citizens of our country will switch to management of their own health, and in future the prevention industry will be developed, aimed not at treating complications or diseases, but to preventing diseases. Well, without clinic, I have already told you there is a huge amount of experience, and now the current technologies will help us simplify the process. Now the hindrances are mainly in the field of regulatory regulation. As Michael mentioned, that doctors were very much apprehensive of such situation. It is very important for us. These two things have to be refined in the mandatory order, and our regulators, respectable regulators, the Republican Health Ministry and the other agency which is involved in the digital regulation of health, we would be thankful for their engagement, but we can proceed even further. We can transfer to addressed medical follow-up when doctors remotely will follow up the patient during all the period of his complication, of his trouble with his health, whether he can be treated or he has to be hospitalized in the urgent manner by emergency. I would very much like to use this approach myself, for example, for my elderly mom, and for, of course, such medical services, when they are uploaded into the digital world, they will become transparent and then will provide the excellent platform for development of medical e-commerce. Next slide, please. Next slide. We can purchase drugs distantly. It is not necessary to open up new drugstores. We can arrange a platform on which the patients can see all the affordable and accessible medical drugs, not only affordable in terms of their purse or the available cash, affordable due to rapidity of delivery, due to recommendations. This will very much increase affordability and accessibility of drugs and will make patient informed and aware of the drug market and reactive to correctly react to availability and affordability of drugs in the e-market. We are going to develop it within the range of our products, and I believe that we will be supported by medical centers in this great job, and I believe there will be more trends which will emerge as the results of trends which we witnessed in 2020 and we are witnessing now. Next slide, please. Well, our team are united by one general mission to make medicine more affordable and accessible, and we are ready and express our will and readiness to progress in this direction and to make medicine closer and more accessible and affordable in the country and in those countries where our patients and doctors will feel like it. Thank you very much. Many thanks, Madam Natalia, to your great work and your innovative solutions, which, as you mentioned, make medicine closer to us and more universal. Colleagues, we have only one topic left. The last but not the least, the topic related to data. And with my pleasure, I will give the floor to our next speaker, Mr. Levin, and we will discuss the world tendencies available in the sphere of health care. We are very much interested in the experience of digital transformation of the sphere, in the sphere of healthcare in Russia. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. First of all, please let me extend my thanks for the possibility of to participate in this panel session. And the previous speaker mentioned the legal importance of digital data. Let me start my presentation about management based on the data. This term has emerged a few years ago, and first we did not have enough understanding of what this combination of words implies, and we, in way of discussion, tried to find the essence of this combination of words. And now we started considering regulatory documents from the very top, from the presidential level. And today, this task of management of DASK is the key task in organizing the governmental management, and due to this issue, we cannot pass by just without any noticing the importance of this data-based regulation, which we have felt on ourselves. Let us see how it impacts the industry. Currently, more than 150 million persons are insured in the system of compulsory insurance within the Russian Federation, and more than 2 million medical officers, doctors, provide medical services to them. We have accumulated fairly huge scope of data on the level of doctor himself, on the doctor of patient and inpatient clinics, more than 4 billion of records. And this database has been constantly formed, and this is the necessary volume we have to account. And we understand that apart from accounting, we have to analyze this database, data massive. At the same time, we, having jumped into the abyss of this database, we understand that this mass of accumulated data is very slightly and very poorly structured, and we understand that we have to use AI, artificial intellect, to borrow the data which we require from this massive of data. What does it tell us? It tells us that the topic connected to the transition to management based on the primary data is the key importance topic in terms of management all over the country. Next slide. The founder of the Mr. Lisitsyn Yuri Pavlovich, who was the founder of management based on social medicine basis, underlined and emphasized the importance of analyzing data in terms of vitality for health care about the patients. They do the factor with more than 10% effect, which says that the environment has the greatest impact on health. We interpret this concept that the data is just a fraction of data which we have to gather about the patient, so that to transit to personified and centralized management of healthcare about this patient. That is why when we consider the Gartner scale and our readiness to support the taken decisions and solutions and the managerial solutions, we understand that apart from extracting data from the system, we have to take into consideration the quality of data. We are very sober in assessing the current status of the factor between the first and the second stage, and we take great effort to go on further. Next slide. The principles of management based on database are understandable and access to all, and they are not to be discussed because of the the primary managerial solutions and decisions will be taken only on the basis of the primary data.
And the data analysis. So what does the operational educational healthcare system provides for? This is the system, this is the level of healthcare institution where all forms of medical support are including all forms that are available in the medical market of this state, the private health institutions as well as the institutional healthcare centers. This is the bottom level where the primary information which is required in terms of the assessment is and documenting is used. Because our management is a federative unit and the healthcare is decentralized in terms of the fullness and completeness, and based on the level of the entities, the state institution, the state entity of the Russian Federation as a full-fledged module of forming digitalized and centralized systems, which allows the healthcare system to understand what is taking place with the patients, where are the key points to be addressed, and undoubtedly, given the fact that there is a great necessity to provide for the necessity, there is a federal segment of healthcare, which consists of the number of subsystems which are integrated with the regional segment within which there is an uninterrupted data exchange. Or external of the education systems, there is the server of the single portal of the state services, where a great number of proposed services, which we also call as super services. One service of them is My Health, where there are possibilities of interactive access to healthcare system, to all healthcare services that a patient needs, or the services which we assume will be needed by the patients, and we provide for the training. On this level, we also address the issues and we provide medical health care. And on this level, there is a question of providing beneficiary medical support, drugs, as well as the appointment to the medical institution. The support of assets of laboratory services and services of telemedicine, different units, different entities are in a different maturity level, and the launch of these systems is different, but the great number of these entities are well integrated in the systems, and there is a centralized system of their management. Next slide, please. For example, the vertically integrated information system is the part of the federal system of medical health care in terms of oncology, for example. This was launched back in 2020, and as of today, in 2021, we plan to expand this profile, and we plan to deploy Vilnius medical information system. As of today, based on the medical research center, there is a great work done for integration with our regional systems, and as you can see it in this slide, in addition to oncology, we are launching cardiovascular disease as well as midwife services, and we want to introduce preventive treatment. These services play an important role and provide for a specific weight, represent a specific weight of mortality among our citizens. This is why we are aimed at the fastest solution of digital co-interaction, which allows us to come up to the level of a particular patient or particular doctor in terms of the proven medicine and clinical recommendations, which we are digitalizing now, given the services provided. This is the ways clinic, we provide the information for all doctors, and it works with the municipal services and capability of track a patient and his clinical history until the medical organization, given the deviation from the traces, they are considered as the key ones. The next slide, please. For example, here is the passport of oncological team. For you, this is just a slide where you can see the particular analytics and detailing which is used according to the rule models. So chief oncologist and our freelance oncologists of the territories are using. This is the tool on the level of the federation entity. This tool will be used by average oncologist. This is a tool not for the doctors but for the patients that provide a number of services that can be appreciated through the single state medical services portal. So when it comes to the population services on the single public services website, these are the services that are active today. So this is not the whole list. It is being updated, and this is the work that should lead to the appearance of 40-60 services at the website, and I hope that citizens will enjoy these services. And this is all certified by the figures, as we see by the end of 2020. More than 15 million people took this advantage of the medical service portal website to get a certificate, to get a reference or appointment, and ask for some e-documents that are needed in terms of medical care provision. Of course, COVID pandemic is also the part of our activity, and we are providing a number of services that we prepared and we delivered them as a product service given the wave of pandemic in 2020. This what it comes to the register of COVID and the portal, the website for Stop Coronavirus. This is all about the ongoing matter, the relevant matter when it comes to COVID-19 vaccination, and this interactive services and services are provided at the website of the single medical database. So we also encountered the mortality, and this year we prepared not just a number of regulatory but also technical solutions to regulate the mortality, and created a center to support regions in particular in terms of coding and accounting of these matters. As you can see, we implemented here on the basis of 3 pilot regions the training. As of today, we also plan that it is gonna be implemented in all of the entities of the Russian Federation. So what we want to have in the bottom line, this is the completeness of the medical data, the reliance to the medical care, and the simplicity for doctors about keeping the data on the patients and managing decisions. And a great goal is also implemented by the government as a whole. Next slide, please. So in this slide you can also see our conscious understanding that the purpose of these accounting systems. I apologize, you have 3 minutes left for your speech. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our movement to create the baseline infrastructure on the level of medical organizations, on the level of federal center, this is all located in the left side of this slide. These are the questions about digitalization through transformative aggregation of managerial objectives that are transformed in this single data and And today it is all related with the services that can be accessible to any doctor, to any medical person, that can be used by the state. In this regard, the movement from digitalization to transformation is a key action that is organized and is implemented by a great number of team, both on the level of the digital transformation of the region and intra-sectorial bodies of healthcare. And the people are assigned that are driving digital transformation, and they are also working with one head of this medical services, Pavel Sergeyevich Pugachev, who is reporting to the Ministry of the Russian Federation. So the specialists, the experts, doctors, medical workers, and digitalization and digital transformation level is very high. So I know that the impetus to do that it was done by COVID-19, but we are not interested in any way to decelerate, and we plan to move further. Thank you very much, colleagues. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, I'm ready to take them up. Mikhail, thank you very much for your expertise, for your experience. I sincerely wish you every success, and I hope that your experience will not be only interesting for Kazakhstan, but also to other countries. Of course, there are so many data collected daily. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your experience, for sharing your IT solutions, for providing us digital products and digital services. What really impresses me is the pace of just in 2 months, the healthcare systems of different countries, IT companies managed to overcome challenges and support the healthcare system. And it attests the fact, like Darwin wrote, like not the strongest species survive, but the ones species survive, but the ones who adapted the changes. I hope that until the end of this year, the pandemic will be mastered, and next time we will meet with all of us in offline format on digital Almaty platform. I would like to wish you every success and good health. Stay well.
Не беспокойся. Не беспокойся.
Да,
пока ничего нет.
Здравствуйте, коллеги.
Всем добрый день.
Добрый вечер.
Да, Лиян, давайте начинать. Трансляция же уже сейчас пойдет. Добрый вечер, дорогие друзья.
Good evening, dear friends. Good evening and welcome to our section. Informational security and challenges during pandemic period. To complete and to wind up the program of the forum, it is a very major program, and the lawyer of the legal center, we have encountered lots of difficulties, lots of difficult moments in the year before this, and of course all sorts of thugs, they did not miss the opportunity to use that. We would like to start our section. How is our moderator sees the current situation, and to discuss the information security of Kazakhstan. And I would like to take the floor to Mr. Aslan Kezhebekovich to take the 7-minute allotted to us, and please follow the regimen, follow the regulations. I am very glad to see everybody at this conference. Let us start and let us not detain here, not to lose time. Currently, global information technologies, they actively regulate the activity of each sector of government and civil society. At the same time, the most important issue of the digital and information services is the informational security. To resolve such issues, we have formed and accepted the concept of security of Kazakhstan. Cyber culture security in Kazakhstan is due to awareness of public about the threats in the field of cyber security. The level of awareness of population of people is 75%. Last year it was 73%. In the Academy of Government Management, within the framework of the course of cyber security, during the year 2000, more than 6,000 government officers have been trained. And currently, the demand is about 1,500 grants. As compared to year 2019, the number of positions have greatly decreased, because at the very beginning it was only 60. And in terms of development of professional services in cyber security system, 4 centers of cybersecurity have been established. Currently, there are 19 all in all, and cybersecurity has been introduced as a notional element to compensate both for damage and moral damage due to leak of data, to stimulate, to give incentives to the personal data operators to take the appropriate measures to secure data, to decrease the risks of informational security, the risks to cybersecurity. The ministry during these recent 2 years have done a lot of job to counteract the risk of mass leak of data, and we have developed regulatory practice to secure data. We faced the deployment of personal data on the generally affordable and acceptable resources, open resources, and as a result of our job, action has been taken to protect cyber data, information data, in the form of laws and regulations to regulate data security in the on the countrywide level. The so-called Data Protection Agency is vested with rights and entitlements to secure and to safeguard the rights of citizens in terms of maintenance of data and rules for collection and accumulation and protection of data have been accepted. The law has been accepted against collection of excessive data. Each data required shall be documentarily confirmed, and the follow-up of the data on the part of the government agency will be affordable, and a citizen can claim for exclusion of his data from the data bank, from his personal data. On the next slide, please, you can see that along with such activities, work has been underway for government control of the compliance with the legislation relevant to cybersecurity, to security of information data, for suiting officers, governmental officers, and legal entities for the amount of more than 93 million tenge. Moreover, without visiting the entity for breaking the laws on protection of digital signature, more than for the total amount of 1.9 million tenge, where many government offices and one legal entity held responsible. About 100,000 entities are active entities, and within the framework of security of Kazakhstani segment of data, our ministry provided free possibility to defend domain names KZ and KAZ during the monitoring as of the 5th of January of the current year. More than 18,000 or 18% of affordable domain names violating the rules of registering and the rules of distribution domain names in the space of Kazakhstani internet. In terms, in particular, the requirement is that the domain names have to be within the territory of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The ministry have developed the mechanism of public control over cyber control in the facilities of informational center, that is to say, Back Bounty. This is the platform for paying remuneration for discovery of Back Bounty. Provides the possibility of drawing reports and providing reports for remuneration. And IT hackers will have a possibility to create a portfolio and make a good name in the community. At the same time, the development of potential is being pursued to provide security of cyber data within the Kazakhstan as a whole entity. A pilot project has been launched in the Back Bounty to accumulate the analytical data, and on this platform 246 participants have been registered. And literally from the beginning of this December of the year 2020 until January of this year, practically 150 reports have been used and analyzed by the cyber security analysts. 68 reports have been analyzed during the pilot period of this program. The leak of banking data have been registered and have been recorded, and the leaks of data on the resources of government agencies have been recorded. One of the surveys has determined critical vulnerability touching upon the entire cyber space within Kazakhstani segment of internet. As of 11 reports, the surveys have been remunerated to the total amount of 11 million tenge. With the development of technologies, threats to security are also progressing, which will not allow us to stop short on the achieved success. The experience has been successfully reflected in United States, in United Nations data bank for security of information. Due to epidemiologic situation in the world, according to Electric Communication Union of the United Nations, the report will be current for the year 2020 will be issued this year. The level of security of information data as a whole, the importance is vested with the human resource. The increased awareness of the human resource will not be left unattended. The level of information security will be also increased. We are going to cover 83% of the population of Kazakhstan. We are going to increase the number of operational centers. We are planning to increase them to the total amount of 18 numbers of such centers. We are going to hold audits and inspections for assessing the level of protection of personal data. And next slide, please. The head of state at the expanded meeting of the government tasked to expand the protection of personal data with good consideration of the security of the state as in total. Within the Kazakhstani market, we are going to implement the service of security of personal data, providing the function of control to citizens of their own data, which will provide reviewing the personal data of the data, as well as skipping such personal data forever, to forget them for the future period. We will continue our job to develop the backbone, the platform with which the government agencies and businesses of Kazakhstan will be able to find critical vulnerability and to support their information databases. We are also to develop a so-called bio-test ground to provide for possibility for responding to cyber attacks in maximum proximity to reality in terms of preparation and training professionals in the sphere of cyber safety. Thank you very much. I tried my best to squeeze into the afforded time. Undoubtedly, there have been a lot of very urgent moments, but the work before us is of a colossal scope. During the recent several months, great changes have taken place, including the government management of IT sector, and what changes have to take place to hand over the portal to ZRD management. The chairman of ZRD Holding, Mr. Askar Asmanovich, you're welcome. Thank you for introduction. If you please switch on the presentation. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Really, today before taking the floor, I had a short survey with participation of Ruslan Kenjibekovich, and we found out that the process of handover of the e-government portal to trusted management and how it will impact the operation of the portal itself and the cyber safety sphere. Next slide, please. here we can see that these are basic tasks fulfilled by cybersecurity. At the first glance, we can see it deems that it very much impacts the transition of the portal to trusted management. But here, let us first mention that many are not aware of the notion of the term cyber safety. The safety against attacks or incidents. We have to mention that they meet the tasks. And recently we have been publishing in the mass media the current problems with accessibility. That is to say, in the previously accepted regulation of accessibility, SLA shall be 99 and more percent, 99.7%. At the same time, actual affordability and accessibility is way less. And this is due to the provision in the regulation that if the halt or breakdown fault of information portal is due to the previous notion, then it is not a fault at all. We are first targeted to resolving this task. Of course, this work is very important and it will be followed up actively. Here on the slide, we want to say that the current status of the development plan. On the left, we can see the forecasts of Dan Gartner, how portals of government technologies will be developed in various countries. And on the right, we can see the table of the roadmap of development of our e-government. And here you can see that we have taken into consideration the world trends and that the forecasts mentioned by Gartner and his experts, we already have foreseen in our roadmap of development. And as we mentioned, that AI, artificial intellect, shall become a part of e-government. Same notion can be traced in Gartner forecasts. In this respect, I did hear some skepticism from the participants of our event where we presented our strategies. Here we wanted to demonstrate once again that it is in full compliance with the opinions of experts and experience and to the global trends. Next slide, please. How is the process construed of follow-up of portal, e-government portal? We have skipped one slide. Please, one slide back. The government is in full command. The government is the full-time owner of the portal and is the operator. That is to say, the government will define which services have to be developed and which processes have to be followed. And our Unitech company, our filial, is implementing such functions on the engineering level. And currently, as we are providing services to the government for that, there are some complexities of the business processes. And we have to mention that on the side of holding and our filial Unisec company, we are in command of full competence both in the country and one of the best competencies all over the world. And we cannot interfere business processes and amend them because this is accompanied by bureaucratic procedures. Here we mentioned that the most important role of government is to make the technical specification and in the contract manner to specify the functions in the roadmap and in the protocols. This is fairly bureaucratic procedure. And having, as I mentioned, competence, we are not entitled to single-handedly managing and amending whatever process, although they have been created and established during the pandemic period, as there was an avalanche demand of government services to get governmental support. And at that moment, the practice have demonstrated that there are tools necessary for urgent interference or upgrading these or that services. Next slide, please.
So we propose to considerably simplify the procedure of servicing and supporting the government. So what is our proposal? The state provides us the management of Unitech and a fiduciary management, the company of electronic government, and it will be used for a short period of time or for the duration of the contract, and this company becomes the owner of this portal and will enjoy full rights, and the government will become a client of its services. On one side, there is no need to have the competences on behalf of the government, of the client, of what goals should be implemented in the first phase or in the second phase, and I'm sorry how you have very limited time. Okay, I'm sorry. We define the price of every service, and the managing of the services fully comes to us. It is supported with the improvement of the relations between government and private companies. Let us move to the next slide. And here we reduce the cost of the technical support. On the bottom slide, we can see that the price decreased twice from 4 to 2 billion, and the offline support will not be needed, and the cost of the operation will be decreased, and SLA will be our key factor, which will act as a multiplicator of our services payment. This is what I wanted to tell you. As far as I understand the time left, yes, thank you very much. Yes, our presentation, our time is running out. Given the fact that the information of our today's section was viewed by 2,000 people and visited our website following the links, I think this is the key issue that everyone is worried about, because every of us is a citizen and has a number of personal piece of data that they want to protect. And now let us consider another factor with the view of Kazakhstani segment of the internet. And now I'd like our colleague to share the monitoring of such cybersecurity in Kazakhstan. Alexander Ksenkov, Deputy CEO of the National Coordination Center of Inform Security of GSC State Security. Please, the floor is yours. We have 7 minutes. Good afternoon, dear friends. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. In my report, I'd like to outline the statistical indicators in terms of cybersecurity based on the information that we have as a technical team. Next slide, please. Okay, let me start with the overall statistics. In 2020, the number of registered incidents was around 24,000, which is 4,000 more than in 2019. This is because there was an activation of fraudulence from the advent of coronavirus, outbreak of coronavirus, and that's why they understood that many people are in online format. They took advantage of this fraudulent activity, and there was the growth of that fraudulent activities. This is the fraud in the internet through phishing resources that are aimed at Kaznet users whose number increased 58% as compared to 2019. The internet banking, mailing system, online stores, ad services have been hacked, and somehow wrapped. The DOS attacks increased by 44%. There was a direct involvement in the responsibility of priority services. The priority was educational platforms of schools and internet resources of the second-tier banks that became very appreciated by the fraudulence during the pandemic, and the attacks to state procurement portal, which frozen the activity, and 164 billion KZT procurements were frozen, and the criminal luckily was found, and now he is liable for that. The measures to improve the protection and defense against these attacks, cyber crimes, have been adopted in 2020 based on the results of 2020. I'd also like to talk about the internet resources of state resources or private owners resources whose activity increased starting from the beginning of 2020. In total, 1,647 attacks were recorded and found by our monitoring services, by web servers, and their web services protection means were not sufficient, were not effective. In the next slide, please. We also conduct a big deal of work in terms of monitoring, in terms of finding internet resources of information sources of the state authorities. As you can see it from the statistics, the given indicators are not the best ones. 75% of vulnerability of state and quasi-state sectors and 80% of the vulnerability of state authority systems are outdated, and we come up to the conclusions that it is lagging behind. And if we consider the previous years, the average number of vulnerability to resources and hosts decreased many times owing to our working with the vulnerable facilities, vulnerable site owners. Let me take the opportunity of this forum to talk about the activities of the companies which are drivers of the digitalization of our country. And now let me outline some cases in terms of the cybersecurity, both for this organization and the cybersecurity of the whole country. These cases have been elaborated many times ago, but these threats are still relevant, and even there is a higher activity of the fraudulent. Next slide, please. The first case is linked to the studios, and given the site of the state institution which we took as an example, there was an vulnerability found in the site. In this site, there was given the name of this developer. It was a private developer studio. This site was developed on the same engine and was vulnerable, and this vulnerability allowed to get the database and use the administrative panel, and then use administrative panel and have a remote control over it. So, for example, the company also provided hosting services for more than 100 sites, including to central state authorities, which were subject to the cyber attacks. Next slide, please. The slide of one of the developers of the information system of internet resources. There was a form which had a weak protection verification of the uploaded files, which allowed to get a remote access to this organization. There was two cases. One tracked the internet and one tracked the local network, and there was attacks to the developers and and the structure of the site's development. And the third case was linked with the security, with the safety of software organization. I mean, the approaches of its development. There was a public beta version of the app for provision of e-service, government services. When we checked where these server addresses to, this was used in one of the European countries, and it infringed the personal privacy data protection. Either it was in an open or weakly protected. There were services which contained personal data, and the versions controls that tracked the vulnerability in the initial code, which was very convenient for the fraudulence. And potential fraudulent could use the website to the structure of the government to ask for a wide range of personal services. In the next slide, we can see the developers. They provide vector of attack, and there is a problem of processes and support. There is no security teams and no security departments in the company, because companies save money for the development. They don't have principles of safety site development, as well as there is a process to functional developments. As far as you know, cyber security requirements are not efficient, and sometimes they are overlooked by the developers. Okay, yes, I'm wrapping up. We strongly suggest to the new developers, no matter private or national, to have a closer look to the security, and they are becoming even more relevant every day. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander, especially for the lastmost slide, which is willy-nilly the logical transition to our next speaker, who is specializing on narrating to us, to Kazakhstan, about the mistakes made by businesses and sometimes by governmental IT services. They are very well known to us. This is IT Sarka, his typical mistakes in cyber security in Kazakhstan. You're welcome. Good afternoon to all. I will briefly inform you on that one. Next slide, please. Have a look. Last year, we launched our report, the result of analysis of security and level of security, where we accumulate information on cyber incidents. But it was not quite understandable about the level of protection of this or that side. We did not understand the level of security of this or that resource. We made scoring, the rating of governmental resources in terms of protection, so that an officer, an authority, can see number 1 or number 10th place in the rating. There was a free rating option to estimate the state resources, and sometimes we faced cases from Akimats. We tasked all the officers to create sites, and that is to say, people did not quite understand how it works. On this slide, we can see the problems we identified. We have lots of problems with titles. SLS certificate availability is not available everywhere, or corporative mail is also vulnerable to leaks. In 90% of cases, logs can coincide. You can review this report. It will be published on the annual basis. And now many already understand cybersecurity according to the rating of the resources. Next slide. As was mentioned, we launched the platform within the framework of which we had cyber trainings. I will tell you about a couple of cases of attacks on practically on all the domains in the resource. We are providing huge scope research of hostings all over the world. There was a leak of banking data in one of the major banks of the Republic of Kazakhstan. A repository was broken by the attack on the resources, and the vulnerability was discovered, and we actively started to remend. 149 accounts were mentioned, not only in Kazakhstan, but in Malaysia, Syria, Dubai. This is not the first case when such a program, but it is the first case when it was launched on the governmental Kazakhstani level. It was on the level of Main.ru or other resources, but not on the governmental level. Last year, we also discovered that there are not only black hackers stealing information, but there are other, say, benevolent, good types of hackers who break the sites of narco dealers, and they do the job which governmental agencies have to do. They publish information about the wrongdoers, and the information, of course, was disseminated. And the most interesting instance is that last year we discovered that when we cooperated with several government agencies, we found that sites can be overloaded when new services are launched, and they cannot withstand the testing. By this application, you can see how many users it can withstand, 1,000 or 10,000 users. And if your service is visited by 1 million users, maybe immediately after the launch, 80 or 90 or even 95% will immediately enter it and visit it. We have to take into consideration the testing method in some governmental agencies. They tested service for 1,000. We just apprehend that 1 million users will visit this service during 1 month. We divide 1 million users by 30 days of the month, and this is not very representative of the method. This method is not correct, and the government agencies were surprised to see that this is not correct method to test these services. Next slide. This is about it. Thank you very much. I squeezed into the agenda. Thank you very much, very quickly and not in much detail. We have saved 3 minutes. As a moderator, I will try to squeeze even in a shorter period. I will mention only the COVID cyber security and what we are expecting in these terms. Please show the first slide as a background, but we will not change slides. My colleagues mentioned the fresh statistics in our industrial Kazakhstan is number 40 in the world in terms of industrial attacks. We all very well know that the security, they still say that everything is okay, everything is blocked, and everything is secure, but to exclude the internet threats and internet attacks, we have to have all the necessary tools in the networks. And this year we expect even more attacks in the infrastructures. And the result, the reason for that is practically one and the same. Social engineering and all types of coders and decoders. And due to great distances and to the remote mode of operation and low level of literacy of employees, now many businesses start thinking about business and risk management, starting to implement by and by into such events. And one of the key instances which we think of primary importance in this study and which we have been mentioning is continuous increased awareness, improvement of awareness by the employees and personnel to minimize the impact, training in cyber literacy, and increasing the incentives for increasing the awareness in terms of IBM flows of data and clear understanding of industrial protocols. In 2021, the year of industrial activities, many have become experts in this sphere. They are considering this part of the issue. 2021 will be the year of industrial activities. They are not only industrial sites, but whoever has such mistakes, they probably were a little bit down now, and such like triangle of non-confidence to other persons. It is very important that in 2021, IT guys are the first line of defense and training IT how to use and to mitigate basic threats and to counteract the primary infection of data. This is the C level. Well, the good businessmen, the good production men never think about cybersecurity. This year we have no time to dwell on that. Cyber security is the paradigm for the top management of each business. This year we will do everything possible to make top management responsible for cyber security of his business. I am providing the floor to my colleague, Mr. Bodrankov, the security expert. He will tell you how to manage data on cyber threats. You have only a few minutes for report. Good evening. I am ready to demonstrate the first slide. Please switch on. Sure. I represent the international company protecting a lot of commercial customers. I am in this business for more than 25 years. First, it was very important for me that those who, this is presentation number 6, it is in the list, on the list. Is it on the list? Yes, we can see it. I cannot see it. Please show Denise's presentation. The important component of today's security, before we start to protect something, we have to understand what we are protecting. That is why my presentation today is the surface of attack. Every company has to start controlling the surface of attack. First, let us provide the notion to this term. I cannot see my presentation. That is why I will simply report. Today I can encounter some threats. Google several years ago showed that every Apple telephone, when it enters some page, it can be infected. This is a serious threat to you, to your mobile devices, to your smart watches, to your smart switches, and anything that can be attacked by a hacker is the surface of attack. Formerly, it was connected during one portal, during one sluice. Unfortunately, now many companies have arranged it so that they provide access, distant access to those employees who work from homes, and of course they are under threat. They use cloud resources. Many partners contact and communicate your networks, and of course they are vulnerable to attacks. Of course, first company providing even security to other companies can be attacked. We will not dwell in detail on this issue. Accordingly, when we have defined the surface of attack, we have to understand how frequently it shall be changed and amended. Actually, surface of attack has to be amended and changed continuously. Otherwise, mistakes are possible because your IT officers will post something in the internet, and these data have to be protected. There was a loud story about a surveyor who has scanned the network of the company, and the network of the company has many entry points which can be accessed without login or any password via whatever router with regular passwords or passwords by default. This situation is current in many companies. Now we propose a service for all the companies who cooperate with you even twice a day to demonstrate how their surface of attack can be detected, can be identified, how can they be described nowadays, and what is accessible. Our task is to forewarn and to apprehend a hacker. To do it before him, we have to run. And we have to run something even more quick than the hackers do. What we propose is not something top level, something extreme, but this will seriously increase the level of security of any company, because you will understand what resources are available and how they are vulnerable to hacker attacks and how you can protect your resources. And this is the minimal set of tasks to protect the resources of the company, because we understand what to protect. Principally speaking, I understand that during the presentation will not be demonstrated at all, but I can Denis, we are looking at you, and we are having pleasure of looking at you and not at the presentation. I believe my message has been understood. Guys, do consider the level of security for whatever data you open access to. Most important is the control to everything you have at your disposal. 2,500 computers under control in our network. Our mission of my company is to ensure control and to protect you. And maybe here at this point I would like to wind up my short message, and I invite you to see the product, the Expanse product, which demonstrates how currently security of your company looks from the point of view of hackers, and we demonstrate it. And this is all for you. You are invited to our stand. This is our virtual stand. Or please send us messages via link or via social networks. Thanks to everybody. Thank you, Denis. It was brief and it was down to point. We did enjoy your presentation on the background of the lack of presentation. Thank you very much. You just mentioned, and it is very pleasant to get to another speaker, how to manage the people, not only the cyber threats, but people as well. Our next report is devoted to this problem, because the leak of data is even greater during remote mode operation, and the informational security of data will be reported by the speaker. Dorian will tell you. Dorian, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. I would like, can you please show me the slides? Thank you for introduction. I'm the director of Informational Security Department of Kazdrim. I am, for a long time, I'm in charge of software development. And currently, I'm developing the informational security products of Kazdrim. I will make a brief presentation If you don't know about Kazdream, from the 2014, we are implementing this complicated IT projects. We have more than 400 employees, and most of them, 80%, are the technical specialists. As the company ensures the development of competences in the area of security, and our company is promoting the informational security products. Cyber Defender is a system that ensures limitation the data leakages. The world has changed, and now we are all working remotely, and it was difficult for our company. When the company was a local one, it was easier to defend, to protect the system. But when the employees started online work, the company had to rebuild its business processes. First business process is to set up the company's procedure, communication, and access to the company's resources as document circulation and so on. But at the same time, fighting the unintended or even intended insiders' activity from the part of the employees is a problem. Therefore, our system helps to track all the actions of the employees and data transmission between using all the channels like messengers, email, and so on. What the system enables us to do? The system helps to install the agents at each workstation, so the incoming, outgoing information is being analyzed and accumulated at the main server. The system allows us to track all the actions of the employees. So the system opportunities help us to comply with the informational security policy and to monitor the employees' actions throughout all the business processes of the company and to ensure the relevant security level. Accordingly, the next task that the managers are faced is how to control the work time of their employees. But the current realities enable us to trust the employees to evaluate its working result based on its working efficiency. But sometimes the employees say that they are too busy, or sometimes they are doing other things during their work time. And our system allows us to track when the computer was on, how many hours were spent at the workstation, what software were launched, and to evaluate its productivity. I would like to talk about few cases. What does it mean? The system allows to set up the profiles of the employees' behaviors, and it's something. If there's any anomaly in the employees' behavior, it gives the opportunity to the forensics to start investigating the possible information leakage, which can result in the losses. I would like to tell about few cases which are quite banal and which were, for example, an employer always the procurement department employee launched few times Photoshop, but he didn't need it according to these work instructions. And actually, because Photoshop allowed to make the screenshot of and he actually copied he changed the commercial proposals from the vendors, and he was lobbying his own interests. And the next case is when we talk to the security system employees, we join our efforts to track the some misbehavior, so we can download the file and to track the presence of the employer. There was a case when an employee used the second router, installed the SIM card from the corporate his corporate phone, and when working remotely, he accordingly VOP information is being downloaded to the local company's network. So he wanted to reset the data, but actually they are stored locally. But this the agent was systematically interrupted. So when you switch it off, the system blocks all the ports and switches off the network. So he couldn't actually make any destructive actions thanks to the system opportunity. We had also a case when the employer said that they have a work overload. But actually, 1,600 hours were spent at YouTube by watching the videos. So you have your time is over. Okay, I'm finishing my presentation. This system allows to control the informational streams and actions of the employees and to control their work time. Thank you very much, Dorian. Dear colleagues, the first part of our discussion is over. Thank you. I would like to thank the speakers. I think that we have a quite great symbiosis of the state and the market regulator when everything is transparent. People are exchanging their opinions. I would like to pass the floor to Gilmir Birjan, lawyer of legal press center, and the second part will be also interesting, with the focus on the personal data and on what is important and how it is complicated to ensure the human rights in this changing world, because we have less and less privacy. I would like to wish you luck and pass the floor to Gulmira. Thank you very much for the first part of the section.
Thank you very much, Eugene. I realize that I am being heard. It is evening time now, and I'm glad that you can allot time to listen to us, because we're going to discuss it with interesting people, international experts, and we are going to discuss protection of personal data. If the previous session was more devoted to how important cybersecurity is important, we are going to discuss the protection of personal data, especially in the online environment, because we send a lot of personal data into the internet, and how the government and ourselves, we have to protect our personal data. I would like to introduce our first guest, Madam Gusarova, Anna Gusarova, who is expert of Asian Institute of Strategic Research, and I will tell you about her survey, how much the users in Kazakhstan are aware of the notion of personal data, of the context of personal data, how they are protected and what shall be done to protect them, and how we protect personal data. Anna, the floor is yours. Good evening. Good evening, Gulmira. Good evening, colleagues. I will be very brief, and I will share the most interesting instances from the survey which we held during the outbreak of pandemic, and we had to analyze the footstep of COVID in the environment of Kazakhstan, in the promotion and of the culture of handling personal information, because in Kazakhstan people started to use internet more often, and as the consequence to provide their personal data more often. We surveyed more than 1,500 people over the Kazakhstan, and I will present the results. More than half of the respondents mentioned that they started to think more about protection of personal data online. 59%, practically 60%, are quite apprehensive of the trend of government to collect more personal data of citizens when new applications have started to be applied. More than two-thirds of the respondents agreed to no choice, people having no choice, and they will have to comply with governmental demands and requirements. More and more persons, and only one of the 10 respondents managed to state that principally he knows his entitlements and rights fairly enough. In the number of users of internet in rural citizens, they more and more are in demand of acquiring such skills. Our respondents were asked what measures, what targets, and what experience shall be considered to promote the culture of personal data protection. And of course, they were asked questions. What is the trend you would like to see? Which way Kazakhstan has to orient, to take bearings at? Surprisingly, European Union scored the greatest number of votes, followed by US and Russia, 13, 15, 14%, and the minimal percent of opponents was recorded. Only one person said that European experience is not to be followed. 23% of respondents mentioned that Kazakhstan shall not take bearings, shall not follow China experience. That is to say, our policy of implementing technologies connecting with response to COVID was not positively taken by our citizens, and to some degree there was a link to Chinese way of spying their citizens, and our efforts were to minimize the risks with propagation of COVID in the regions, and it has pluses and minuses. And there are not only negative moments, but even issues which are important to discuss and to refine, because there is no saying that the future belongs to high tech. And whatever issues we discussed in the focus groups 2 years ago even, we mentioned who is going to process the collected personal data, who has access to the data, how long data is going to be saved on the servers, how to prevent leaks, how our new agency for protection of data will manage the observance of digital rights of Kazakhstanis voiced during our session. We have to find together. Thank you, Gulmira. Thank you, Anna. It was very interesting. 2013, when Kazakhstan adopted the law on personal data, everybody was scared how the law was to operate, to be effected. Unfortunately, this law is not workable, but no, the urgent issue is the creation of biometric database, and there is a potential of introducing 2 speakers at a time. Politologist, director of Civil Initiative Mr. Duganov, and the representative of scientific sphere, Madam Dana Mohamedjanova, who is representative of KazNU University, is senior doctorand, conducting a very important survey how legal regulation of personal biometric database complies with the law. You provided the floor, and do not forget about the agenda. Good evening, the participants. Thank you, Gulmira. I am glad to present the topic of my report devoted to biometric database, which is due to adoption of the new law. It was planned to implement it in 2021. Unfortunately, due to COVID pandemic, it was postponed to 2017, and we are planning saving and collecting personal data, biometric data, postponed until the year 2023. It was due to pandemic situation and the necessity to collect all types of personal data as per IDs and expat data. Here you can see the circle of subjects who have to submit their personal data on a mandatory basis. Kazakhstan is not a unique country in this context. Many countries have swapped to this method. The main agenda of United Nations planned the transition of all states to collection of biometric data for the purposes of securing security and to ensure crossing borders by the citizens from one state to another state. As to collection of biometric data and establishment of database on the national level, it was specified in the fingerprint law, but to attain the goal, we had to have budget allocations to finance the planned events, which also envisaged procurement of equipment for registering biometric data, and some persons who are sued and under investigation are also to be uploaded into the system. But we have some apprehensions, which I would like to voice now. Next slide. What concerns protection of personal data is the threat, the current threat, and we have been discussing this a lot. The situation is connected to the transition to digitalization of all the services and collecting personal data, and in terms of medical information, what kind of procedure shall be followed to collect and protect this data against leaks if government is not going to produce realistic guarantees. There is a threat of losing such personal data as biometric data. And what is the review? What has the review of foreign practice has resulted in? The control, the border control, and the efficiency for the purposes of identification of the remains and remnants of corpses and DNA identification. There is the established practice, the European Human Rights Court, and the practice in USA also formed some approaches in this respect. Our service within the framework of Biometry KZ, we have studied the analysis of international scope of experience, the regulatory documents regulating the collection of biometric data, and accordingly some risks which can impact the human rights in the context of protection of personal life data, and within the practical framework, the experience of European human rights courts in the cases when non-sanctioned intervention into the private life by way of collecting profiles of DNA and fingerprints collection have to be taken into consideration during establishing and generation of databases governing the procedure of collection of such sensitive information. Next slide, please. What is specified in international standards? I will not dwell long on that. Next slide, please. Risks due to and connected with leak of personal data. We in our internal legislation are planning only in 2023 mandatory fingerprint collection, but I would like first to emphasize important risks connected with collection of genetic data, genomes, which are data relevant to biometric data, and collection of DNA profiles. In India, there are such databases as DHeart, and in UK also they have databases for collection of personal data, and there are risks of violating privacy in this term, and risks of involved in getting insurance payments and using human genome in developing some embryological or other medical surveys. This is also concerning the human rights and the risks connected with protection of personal data, sensitive data. They are due to such very, very sensitive threats. Thank you for your attention. And on the next slide, I would like to mention another trade where we disseminate our knowledge in the field of human rights and privacy, because it is necessary to educate new professionals in the sphere of protection of human rights, because we experience some hunger in such specialists and the necessity of training such specialists in the interdisciplinary training of future specialists. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm giving the floor to Mr. Bekturganov, Daniil Bekturganov. He is also participant and expert in biometry KZ project. He will speak on. Good evening, respected ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It was very cool to have such an opportunity to speak in the framework of this event. It's sometimes a challenge, sometimes even a challenge. Now, the presentation proper. Go on. I have been introduced. I'm not going to be introduced once again. I simply will tell you about the project we are doing together with Soros Kazakhstan. This is the information campaign related to digital rights for protection of personal data. Next slide. Why was this campaign started? We launched it last year, even before enforcement of the law on dactyloscopic genome registration. We started it and published the results. It is now ongoing. Even more than 20 posts in various languages have been posted in Instagram. We are telling about vulnerable places and weak spots. 3 interviews with experts and 3 direct interviews were published. More than 10,000 visitors were covered. Now we are preparing issue of this report covering economic and social aspects connected with the implementation of this law. Next slide. We naturally analyze the comments. We made a sociological survey, and this survey and the analysis of the contents demonstrates several risks encountered by the users in the social networks with the implementation of this law. Economic difficulties of COVID are no secret, and this can entail fraudulent misuse. People would not like to undergo registration of dactyloscopic information due to lack of enough trust to the project. Yes, there is certain threat and certain scare against non-sanctioned access to the databases and improper use of dactyloscopic genome database. We will not mention much details of this survey. We simply will mention that this risk is specified by the users and not very high degree of preparedness of citizens to accept this dactyloscopic genome registration. The law does require that all the citizens of Kazakhstan undergo dactyloscopic registration, and citizens are not quite ready to accept this and understand this. Next slide. I will not dwell and spend much time. Very brief on the results and the summary. The summary is that we can see that enforcement of the law was encountered by the problem of insufficient financing of specific events. We have a lengthy correspondence with Ministry of Internal Affairs, and there is a downcut from 17 billion to 6 billion tenge due to extension of the date of enforcement until the year 2023. We can see that there are no specific and good payments and expenditure in the budget as yet, and the necessity of more trust relations between citizens and the authorities, which will collect and upload such data, and the observance of all the requirements in the process of collecting genome database. We can see in the course of our survey, and we have to respond somehow. On the next slide, we can see the response. Your last minute, please. The recommendations, I will briefly skim and tell you the recommendations. We arranged as follows. All the necessary actions by the employees have to be very clearly and in detail described in the sub-law and be implemented in strict compliance with the principle, everything which is not forbidden is allowed. This is very sensitive information, and the break of such privacy will be a problem for a citizen for all the rest of his life. It is very important.
So there should be the employees classification, there should be advanced training of the specialists on this. Qualification should be validated in a certain period of time, and of course there should be the closed list of the grounds for retrieving the information, for destroying and amending information. There shouldn't be any explanation like for some other reasons. Okay, next slide, please. So, and the final remark, final recommendations to provide the changes and amendments that establish the obligation of the privacy, which is in line with international standards, and we also have to have good information awareness, support with citizens, and to demonstrate them the goals why this information is collected, and we need to eradicate the most widespread myths and errors related to the collection and gathering of this data, because we need to get rid of this denying of telescopic information provision. And I'd like to finalize this slide with some common conclusions that they should be provided with the transparency, observations of economic priority, and the readiness with the respect of international right and international standards related to the protection of telescopic and genome information. We will speak about all of this in a survey that will be provided in the coming months. Okay, this is my wrapping up. Okay, Daniel, thank you. I apologize because we have two speakers signed at the same time. So when your research is published, then we will be able to provide it to the broad public for the ones who attended our session. When we provide our data, when we share our personal information online, we understand that unless there is a protection from the state, we will not be able to do without it. But there are certain limits of the government's interference. There should be a balance between the personal data and privacy protection and the interference of the state, particularly now when pandemic, when there is a quarantine, when lockdown, when we spend most of the time online. There are many different initiatives, different mobile apps, different initiatives, and whatever appears now on the initiatives, whatever they are, there should be a mobile app developed for these purposes. The division in colors, but quarantine is still there, but one day quarantine will be lifted and pandemic of coronavirus will disappear. But what will stay there when the quarantine goes away? Because we have a lot of personal data transferred to the others, and when there is an involvement of the government in terms of data protection, to what extent our personal data can be protected. And now I'd like to give a floor to our international expert, our friend Andrei Flushko. He's a consultant of the Canadian organization CDF, who will outline to what extent this question is relevant in CIS countries. Maybe his European experience will also be fruitful for us in terms of privacy online protection during the pandemic. Andrei, are you with us? Okay, Andrei, please, the floor is yours. Andrei, are you with us? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, colleagues, can you hear me? Yes, we can start the presentation right away because please start it from the first slide. So just in a nutshell, that I've always loved to speak the last because in the last panel, because everything finishes and everyone goes to the dinner, gala dinner, but unfortunately there is no gala dinner in this format, but online and pandemic not only stole gala dinners, but also posed serious questions and challenges to the state. I always refer that the pandemic became a test to so how far any state can respond and any state can act, but the pandemic provided us room for response to this emergency and to introduce new control norms. When we introduced norms and control types, when we started to work with our partners, when we initiated this project, I will share a little bit more about them. We understood that this story with the pandemic, with the limitations as they started the introduction, these tracing programs, QR codes, surveillance programs, we understood that there will be so much regulation out there, the regulation which we will find a challenge to understand today. Good Mira, I'll tell you one thing. I'll not be able to definitely answer you to how far this or that measures are adequate, because people are still getting infected and still die. And today we don't really understand to what extent this or that strategy of the government is efficient in terms of interference in digital rights. The core idea, the key idea of this project was to monitor the limitations and restrictions that the government in digital rights would exercise, and afterwards to check whether these limitations and restrictions are lifted after the pandemic. Just a couple of words for the next slide. The project's idea appeared to our good friends of ours, the digital rights defenders of Roscom, Svoboda, and for some time we gathered good partners, Polygora, Access Now, and others, and we see that there are so many people from the Central Asia who joined this process. Next slide, please. Yes, I will be brief. Actually, in the pandemic Big Brother online, there is a virtual map which you can see in there and check your country. Maybe if you are not in Kazakhstan, you can check other countries, and we started gathering information to what extent this or that country introduces limitations for these listed slides, for this listed categories in this slide. I mean the supervision with the use of drones, limited access to the information, the aggressive tracking through state services, limitation online, limited tracking and face recognition, and internet switching off. I made a screenshot that this map is red. We see that there are limitations, there are serious restrictions, severe restrictions, and when the pandemic is over, we would like to see where these limitations are lifted. And this is the archive, the depository of the library, if you want, where we collect and gather all these categories of introduced limitations and infringements. And we would like to see, when the pandemic is over, the state we want the state to remove these restrictions. I'm not going to go that much in details from now. We drafted a declaration, the so-called declaration, describing that. I'm not going to call the criteria that these limitations should meet, and I see that the time is running out, and this is from our interim report. We concentrated here mostly on the Eurasia and the categories, the limitations that we saw in which countries, what limitations there are, and conditionally there is the information available in our website and our reports. You'll be able to see that there are two conditional divisions. We divided Eurasian countries in two categories. The first category are dissidents country, Belarus and Turkmenistan, the countries that rejected the COVID, denied COVID. There was no limits in Belarus, but unfortunately people died. Belarus and Tajikistan behaved like COVID dissidents, but on the other hand, there was a big number of states that introduced this limitation. When it comes to Russia and Kazakhstan, these are two countries that introduced serious, dramatic draconic, I would say, restrictions, and we would really like to see the benefit of these restrictions in practice. And the next slide, I'd like to show you, this is the website you can follow, and if you are from Kazakhstan or from whatever country you are, to check your country's profile and see whether some data is missing or not. There is a form, feedback form, and you can come to us and we will add this information on our website. It's really pity that in the past, just a few seconds, let me wrap it up. I'm really sorry that the people who opened the conference, prime ministers, are not watching us online. I would be happy if they could. And myself, I didn't saw the opening ceremony and the plenary session, so the score is 1-1. It's a really pity that Kazakhstan has similar common grounds with Russia, and I hope this will change one day. And when we fluidly move to the other topic, when Andrei referred to the limits of digital rights, there is a civil society, there are civil initiatives, and there is a potential of human rights defenders who defend human rights, including digital rights of people, and there is a great focus on the protection of personal data. And in this respect, I'd like to give a floor to my colleague Arsenio Bakirov. He's a coordinator of a new generation of human rights defenders. He is a director of human rights consulting. Arsen, the floor is yours. I believe that you have something to share with us of what civil society is doing now in terms of this activity, in terms of privacy protection, personal data protection, and what is being taken now to work with the ministries. Arsen, you have 6 minutes. Good afternoon, good evening, sorry. Now I will start with the most important topic, the pandemic, and the human rights in the digital sphere is really linked to the development of civil society rights in this area. In a nutshell, I'd like to provide the context of 2019, the freedoms and rights in the internet. There were many experts from different areas, journalists, budget analytics, and others. The first Kazakhstani format of digital freedoms in 2016, which underlined the main challenges and represented in the Human Rights KZ in Almaty. We as a civil society recognize that we need to raise the human rights issue, and the state went far ahead, and the limitation of human rights in the internet became commonplace. Next slide, please. In 2020, in the context of pandemic, the digital rights matters becomes systematized, and the dramatic changes of the right field and amendments to the digital technologies and bylaws to them. In response, there was no active reaction from the society and information of analytical nature. To what extent it is compliant to the international standards, and how will it be used from the enforcement point of view. This initiative of the working group of the human rights and digital rights started to promote a true big analysis of the rights of digital technologies and became the first informal platform for data collection and analysis and expansion of digitalization in our country. The Center of Innovation, Aerospatial Industry and Protection of Personal Data was the special management and government was created to track the information of cyber attacks and databases transfer. Okay, next slide, please. Currently, the expert group accounts for 16 people and consultants, which provides for different cooperation based on the horizontal decision-making solutions and system. Now they have the consultancy body, advisory body under the ministry in terms of the council, where the representatives of civil society and businesses can discuss privacy and personal data protection. We submitted our proposals for the project, and we we decided to take the multi-stakeholders approach and our attitude to the authorities. Next slide, please. Many participants of this board are independent consultants, and you can see here some of the experts, and there are much more of them now. Next slide, please. One should know that there is an analytical base for digital rights and freedoms of 2020. You can see it in the slide. You can use the search engines here. The slide has the part of the formed information. This landscape is designed to provide for the assessment of the human rights in the internet and the recommendations for the businesses and international recommendations. The next slide, please. And the authors of this platform are expert group participants for digital rights. And next slide, please. The landscape covers the of the 2020 against the pandemic, and the first section is the privacy, personal data protection, and other topics that you can see here and read here. The open matters are harmonization of the human rights, the national law, and the use of law enforcement practice, and the revision of the government's approach, and there are many other matters related as a technical process of human rights protection, and the civil society itself needs to expand the competency and the partners in terms of advocacy potential, and these processes are of a large scale in the context of a pandemic and businesses working separately for the data protection and privacy. There are good achievements, but there is an extension of understanding the human rights as a culture and consolidating with civil society in terms of changing the right fields and newest technologies. And there are different number of recommendations for the wide sectors, but the key sectors of the implementation of the civil society is the extension of partnership, both on local and international levels, enlightenment through educational and informational projects among a wide range of civil society and internet users in Kazakhstan, building up communications, social control, and advocacy with state bodies responsible for digitalization of the practices, as well as the involvement of businesses in IT for digital rights, the same both local and international one. Next slide, please. So thank you very much. In this slide you can see my contact details. I'm always happy to take up your questions. I wanted to minimize my presentation to save time. Thanks to everyone. Yes, you met the timeline, and I think that if there are other people who want to overview the landscape, we can access it through the link. And now I'd like to thank there are not so much time for key findings, conclusions and summaries, recommendations, but now I'd like to thank all our speakers who spoke not during my panel for your speeches, for your interesting reports, and my final closing remark from my side. I'd like to tell you that the recommendation to the government, because I'm representing the government organization, I want the government with the involvement of digital rights, it would respect the balance of the privacy protection and the balance that you should not infringe the digital rights, and to cooperate with civil society using the potential of experts of the civil society without omitting the fact that the population should be informed. Our first speaker speech stands for the fact that our citizens still don't know what their personal data are and how to protect them, and this is because of low literacy of population. But I'd like to thank the organizers, the hosters of the event that put across our messages to other state authorities activities. And now I'd like to give a floor to Evgeny to wrap up our session.
Мира, да, тоже завершить хотелось бы тем, что...
Thank you very much, Gulmira. I'd like to thank all the speakers, all the organizers and hosters of the forum. This was a very big, complicated and very informative day, and when it comes to our section, I'd like all our colleagues that have to do with regulation, with practical security, integration of different IT systems. And this year I'd like to wish all of you to find the consensus, the common grounds, to meet halfway of each other, even before pandemic. Even last year, unfortunately, in this situation, the doing business as usual is not efficient. So our goal this year, when it comes to the government structures and businesses, to make all of this work safely for business goals, for state goals to be implemented without any interference in the processes. And this is the most important thing. That's why cybersecurity question is the most important one. Thank you, dear colleagues. Take care of yourselves, take care of your privacy, take care of your digital assets. Stay well. Thank you very much, and have a good weekend. Thereby our session is over. Thank you.
От лица организаторов благодарим акционерное общество Казахтелеком за оказанную поддержку форуму Digital Almaty.
Digital Almaty форумунун бас серіктесі Қазақтелеком акционерлік қоғамына алғысымызды білдіреміз.